It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Because we just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time Con. This is so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy's Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
And action.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Again, please.
Again?
Again.
Art thou bored?
Yeah.
Step into a Slim Jim. Turn to the spice. That baby juicy taste. Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim.
Sure, okay. No, 100% fine. That match was so... It was fun. It was fun. It was, it was like I said, with last week, we did a good number and people loved the match. So I thought that this week, how are we going to top that? And you did it, man. No, thank you. Thank you so much. I loved it. Hell yeah, it's tremendous, too. Yeah, thanks for doing it. It really helped.
Ethan is the champ, and I'm afraid to say I don't want to show you how he gets in shape. There's costumes in his bedroom, there's figures on the shelf, but he gets most excited playing with himself. It's time Joe wins the title because we've had enough. Ethan likes to work out dressing up. Ethan sucks. Believe in Joe. Ethan, put on some clothes. Ethan sucks. Believe in Joe. Ethan, put on some clothes. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT live show episode. What is this? 223. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Mark. That is Phil S. Mark.
Wrestling's not fake.
That's right. We're here. It is PWT time. It is PWT live time. I hope you guys are having a good Saturday night. It's Super Bowl weekend. Right? Super Bowl popping off at what time? What time does the Super Bowl start? We'll say. Okay, excellent. So yeah, in the afternoon there, 5:30. I think that's like Mountain Time US dollars, US time. I'm sorry, guys. I'm all over the fucking place. Let's go. Welcome. It's PWT. And yeah, in US time, Mountain Time there. I think it's like 5:30, whatever. You guys get some Eastern Pacific local time listings and ignore whatever the fuck I'm talking about. I'm watching UFC right now. Paramount Plus. We have Fight Night on. And I think Collision's on tonight. So we will probably throw that on. We have a lot to get to. So much, in fact. It's like if I had it my way, each of these shows, each segment would be its own 3-hour show right now. That's how much stuff we have. We're backed up. Okay. Like a journalist log in the Epstein dumps. We are backed up right now. Okay. And we got work to do. So we're going to dive right into things as people file in. This show brought to you by nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. Okay. 70% off of 2-year plans going into the new year here. And also, what have I been up to? Let's preview what's going on tonight. Tony Khan's Delusional. There's a series of things. I put a poll in the chat, right? I asked you guys, what do you think has been his most delusional thing as of late? Him continuing to do his live videos? What? Him doing this lucha mask thing, which I'm going to break down. I'm going to explain the whole lucha mask thing. And I'm going to explain to you guys why he's doing this. And, well, it's obvious, but at the same time, like, we'll get into it. And then also he's talking about doing shows en Paris, right? Bringing AEW to France. Why does he think he can do that? It's weird. So that, among many other things, MJF buries and obsesses over WWE throughout his AEW press tour here. He linked up with Seth Rollins as well, which we're going to get into. TNA suing Gail Kim, and that's for real. Like, they're really suing her, and we're going to talk about it as best as we can with the information we have. And a whole whack of stuff. And I have other stuff in the reserve. I'm like, I don't even know if we'll get to all this. And there's tons of juicy stuff just going on in the sicko land as well. Other little segmented things I want to get into that we could get into if there's time. Okay. But we have a lot to unpack here. There's a lot to unpack here, Eric. chat me up, Phil, about all the stuff that we're about to unpack.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Before we get into that, there is what have I been doing? What have I been doing as people file in to the show? What have I been doing? I binge watched Wonder Man, is what I did in one sitting. I binge watched it. And I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. Wonder Man fucking rules. I had zero expectation for the show, and I thought it was just incredible. It's one of the better MCU projects, that's for sure. So guys, hit like, hit subscribe, consider super chatting in or gifting a membership or becoming a member, all of that good stuff, and check out nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes if you guys want to save a bunch of money and protect yourself online. It's the smart thing to do. What is chat saying? Everyone's saying hello. What's up, guys? Without further ado, let's just jump into it, okay? We have WWE. I want to get into it right away. We're not fucking around with light news today. We are going to get right into stuff. And we have some like ratings and attendances. So to get the boring stuff out of the way, Raw, for not this last Raw, but the one prior, if I'm not mistaken, the viewership data for the show featuring CM Punk and Styles was not available as it failed to crack the global top 10. The number 10 show, Bridgerton, I don't know, I've never watched it. People say it's a good show. Garnered 2.7 million views with 22.2 million hours viewed. Raw did rank number 6 for the US, the same ranking as the prior week. And as we mosey along here, we have more updates as far as viewership. So SmackDown scored its best audience in 5 months for last Friday. So this wasn't this last one. This was the last one. You know what I'm saying? SmackDown averaged 1.26 million, which was up 34%, with a 0.29 in the key demo, up 32%. It was the number one show in cable and primetime, topping the NBA game on ESPN. The audience was the best since 9/19/25, which was the week when Nielsen changed their big plus, blah, 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 blah. So year over year, it was down 20%, and the 18 to 49 down 43%. So again, numbers are just fluctuating for both of these companies right now. That's where streaming becomes king. In my humble opinion, if we're going to compare like AMC Plus to Max, HBO Max to fucking Netflix or whatever, obviously Netflix is king in that regard, right? So moving along here, NXT ratings. So viewership on Tuesday was down from last week. However, it was still the second largest audience since mid-November. It averaged 629K viewers, down 7%. So NXT, I believe it was this one or this last one here, this past Tuesday. I think AEW edged them out. You think you know me, you think you know the ratings, and then Dynamite beats NXT. So people are parading it around. That's good, but it's about maintaining it. So again, we look at TNA, they're maintaining or taking a little bump. You know, they spike a rating on that fucking AJ Francis main event with the 200,000. Okay, that's good. AEW is, again, we've tracked this. There's like 200,000 people that'll just pop in and out. I don't know if that's ideal. Dave wants you to believe all those people are on Max, but magically they'll just tune in to a Dynamite and they get an extra 200K. NXT is consistent, or it'll like pop a rating. It hasn't really had a huge fall off. And of course, if we're going to play, well, this was on, it's Valentine's Day. The only time you see NXT really do a bad, like take a dip, is when like there's something going on. But whatever. I don't even like to play these excuses or all this key demo bullshit. You know, I like to just look at the number. Okay, that's what it is. What was the highest quarter hour? Oh shit, what was the lowest quarter hour? Okay. Holy, let's like that to me is interesting, but when it comes to this like a 0.08, like that's devastatingly bad, I would say, in any era of TV. And Dave is like, there's a huge boost. It's like, bro, on Collision, it's like, dude, the key demo was 0.03 or whatever. Like, I don't know that we shouldn't be proud of this. But moving along here with ratings and possible attendance. So Raj Giri, by the way, shout him out. He's providing all these numbers. He says Nielsen updated their ratings data last week, which explains the bigger numbers for wrestling last week. Oh, really? Below are the numbers for wrestling last week with the new ratings methodology, with the prior week's number that's parents used the old methodology. And oh no, I've gone cross-eyed. So Nielsen's fucking around. I don't know what's going. So he converted it into the new methodology because the old method. So SmackDown actually did 1.26 million viewers. Lex, what is going on here?
Are you sure about that?
Lex, what's happening with all of this Nielsen ratings?
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither, dude. Me neither. I just want it to be steady again. Like, I don't care if it's Big Plus. I don't care if it's the old Nielsen. I don't care, whatever it is, as long as everybody agrees this is what the standard is. This is the best thing we can pull from. And then we all just go from there and it's consistent for a while. I don't, all this shake up, moving and shaking. I don't know, dude. There's over 1 million people watching SmackDown for sure. We know that. Even if the number comes in 900,000, okay, it's over 1 million are watching that shit. And Dynamite ain't beating that shit because we don't have any basis to go. We don't have anything to go off of with the max numbers other than there's no way they're in the top 10 or they're the number one show. And so these number one shows, well, I mean, people have posted them. People have posted, like, they don't explicitly go, here's a top 10, but they'll be like, this show did this with this millions of views or whatever the fuck, simulcast. So, and we have NBA to pull from and shit. So unless AEW's beating all that shit on Max or coming close to it, which I don't think is the case, I wouldn't say it's beating SmackDown and all of that. But if they can keep this up, like a 653, you know, and if they can keep that up and maybe get up to 700 again, we're talking like, let's build here. I'm all about, let's turn this fucking ship around, but it's tough when like people are taking victory laps over Collision's old ratings. This is Collision. This Rampage did that number. Fuck are we talking about, man? So SmackDown though, yeah, I mean, a big part of me wants to be like, why aren't they doing 2 milli? Like before. But until this Nielsen shit gets consistent, I don't know. Is the no milli even true? Like, we could play that game all fucking day because people are like, SmackDown hasn't done a milli. Okay, but you're talking about some below are the numbers for the last week with the new ratings methodology. So 943. Okay, so when it did 970 whatever and people were saying no milli, it was doing over a milli with the new thing. Is that what you guys?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm too dumb for this stuff, but shout out Rod. She's tracking it and we will continue to track it for consistency, I suppose. Heller, moving along here. I think we have a couple more ratings and attendances. We got so much stuff. Holy shit. It's going to be a fun show, guys. Strap in. Hit the like button. Yeah, I think that's about it for attendance. Okay, good. So Mark Shapiro, the WWE /UFC /TKO, what is he, the president of, or one of the guys, one of the presidents? TKO president Mark Shapiro said WWE and UFC are $20 billion properties each. Now, remember when didn't Dave try to push a narrative that like AEW was worth $20 20 billion or 20. What was the number? Maybe it was 2 billion. I can't fucking remember, but it was like, I think in 2021, there was this narrative of like AEW's worth billions. Now he's saying these are each worth billions on their own. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. Like, imagine if they put a price tag on WWE or UFC for the Saudis to buy it outright. You know, like let's say Turkey Al Sheikh, like they're just buying it outright. Imagine if you heard, just be objective for a second. You know, you see a headline, you're walking down the street, you hear it on the news, UFC sold for 20 billion to the Saudis. Like, that makes sense, you know? I'd be like, oh, sure, that fucking adds up. Or WWE sold for 20 billion. Okay, they're each worth 20 billion. Or they're 20 billion properties each. So, I don't know, whatever business jargon he's throwing our way, I'm sure it makes sense in his mind. Crunching the numbers. We have Nico Price fighting. Here we go. He's a scrappy dude. So we talked about NXT a little bit, just some announcements and some inside stooging, I guess. WWE sources have confirmed NXT Stand and Deliver will again be held on WrestleMania weekend. Saturday ahead of WrestleMania Night 1 is the current plan, which has been the tradition. So, guys, who's tuning in? Like, Tony Khan loves this. You know, Tony Khan's like, fucking, this is great. He loves all this wrestling, but fuck, man, they need to do Stand and Deliver, I think, a different day or night. I think with WrestleMania week being WrestleMania week and all, but is that robbing them of something if you just do it on like a Wednesday, but you go, fuck it, it's like a special on a Wednesday and we're just gonna, or pardon me, Tuesday for NXT, do it on Wednesday. See, that's, hey, maybe I'm onto something. Maybe your boy Phil is onto something. Like, that could be crazy. But is that robbing them of like their Tuesday show? Just being like, well, this is Stand and Deliver, but it's not a 2-hour window. It's just, here's the fucking, like, are you robbing them of their go home and all that? Or would that be better? I just think you Stand and Deliver either becomes an afterthought or you get up, because I felt like last year we were up watching. Didn't I stream the whole thing? I think I streamed for like 10 hours that day. We did Stand and Deliver and Mania Night 1. And that's a lot of fucking wrestling to endure, especially with like Mania being that night. If you're a wacko, you're sitting there like, holy shit, man. I gotta like become explosive for Night 1 of Mania on top of this. You know, where's the time to reset or anything? I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll for surely watch it. Like, it's just a lot of wrestling to consume in one. And this is supposed to be their WrestleMania. So it just kind of sucks that they can't figure out how to do this shit all a little bit better and like have the Hall of Fame be not after, because like the Hall of Fame will end up being after Night 1 or after Night 2 again or whatever the fuck. What was it after last time? I think Night 1, right? So it was like really late. Then they did that WrestleMania roast like really late after Night 2 or whatever. I just think they could space this all out and make it like a week of stuff, you know? Do the Hall of Fame and Raw on the same day or some shit, you know, or maybe like the Hall of Fame can go on Wednesday, Stand and Deliver can go on Thursday. Like, TNA guys will be pissed, but just give them their own time to do their shit. And then you got to get SmackDown in as the go home, and that's like been in the building that WrestleMania's in or nearby. It's just a lot. So I know Tony Khan is just enjoying the fuck out of these. Nobody loves WrestleMania weekend more than fucking Tony Khan, buddy.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Yeah, it's a lot. So, and I'm excited for Stand and Deliver though. Like that ladder match on NXT, that ruled. Joe Hendry's the champ. You got a lot of guys being introduced, just like a lot of guys are being tossed to the fucking wolves on the main roster as well. And it's been awesome to see. It's like a whole new, not whole new, but it feels like, oh shit, here's a rookie class coming in that's just on both sides, right? In the NXT front and on the main roster front. It's like you get this whole handful of new people that are kind of flipping everything up. Like even Jordan Grace and Jade Cargill being in the mix, like they're at the tippy top right now on the SmackDown side of things, like the WWE Women's Championship. It's Jade and fucking Jordan in the mix. It's kind of cool. It's crazy to think about if you think about WWE even like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. In other news, Shawn Michaels appoints Robert Stone as the new interim GM of NXT. So rumors and innuendo are swirling around that Saraya could come back and possibly become the GM. She'd fit in that role. I think she was GM of SmackDown before. Robert Stone is a good pick. Just next time the shit goes down, I really hope that they do a storyline for it. You know, people are like applauding, oh, Ava isn't there. And it's like, that's fine if you're not like a big fan or whatever. But for people who are locked into the show, what the fuck? You know, you can't just like not do a kill off angle or something. And you guys know what I mean by that. Like she's banned from the territory or whatever. You got to do something. Can't just leave people hanging like that, man. I talked about it a moment ago. Joe Hendry, though, he became the NXT champion.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
And WWE, you guys got to do a thing like TNA and take a page out of their book and make clips like this available for content creators to use. Because, yeah, TNA's not bluffing when they do those video dumps. Like, they ain't flagging like crazy. TNA is like staunch about that shit, and they are not flagging like crazy. And I was playing those clips on the show, and every month they're releasing like a bunch of shit content creators are allowed to use. I would just say WWE, especially even if it's just for NXT. Even if you want to hog all the fucking Raw and SmackDown stuff, even just NXT would be a good look. But yeah, he did it.
Here is your winner and the new NXT.
Hell yeah. So we need guys like Joe Hendry in NXT to help like get the young guys over more or like polish their skills a bit against veterans. Like Joe Hendry is a veteran. He might not be like a main roster guy that everybody fucking well, lots of people know him, let's be honest. So much they think so much so that they put him on the cover of the 2K game. And I know people don't get that, but like he was added to PUBG Mobile and stuff. Like Joe Hendry's incredibly popular as like a meme and shit. Like people who probably don't even like wrestling probably have used Joe Hendry memes or pop for the fucking Joe Hendry thing. So speaking of NXT and people coming and going, should I stay or should I go now? Kelly Kincaid announced that she will no longer be with WWE as of February 14th. So heartbroken on Valentine's, dude. Kelly Kincaid, as of February 14th, I will no longer be under contract with WWE. So some people might be a little shocked by that. And she actually revealed a little bit about it, that she actually wasn't even offered a new deal. So, and I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, what? WWE's just letting motherfuckers go. I heard an allegedly as well that like when the cuts come in May, like shit could be crazy. Like be ready for some craziness on WWE's side about who's on the chopping block. So I don't know. That could all just be, I mean, people doom and gloom about it all the time.
Allegedly.
Just throwing that out there. Kelly Kincaid said she wasn't given the option to renew WWE contract. So I guess with Ava, Dave Meltzer revealed that, or I guess revealed, not as if he knows, but it was like they offered her money, but it was the same amount of money, and she's thinking to herself, well, I put in a body of work here, so why don't I should at least get a bump in money or whatever. But realistically, they just stuck her in that GM role because there's no real movement any other way. Let's just be honest. Like, she was okay in that role. I said it a million times on the show. Do I hate on Ava? Fuck no. Like, it's if you're actually watching NXT, that's why I know Brian Alvarez is faking the funk, because she's just not that triggering. Like, trust me, I will point out triggering shit. All I do is get triggered by these fucking sickos.
Or, you know,
online.
the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing. So,
but she's really not that bad to get like so outraged over her fucking bad performance. Like, okay, there's way worse people, but she's just not really good in the ring. She's not the best talker. Like, they let her go. I don't care. Bring in a new GM. Just write her off TV at least. Like, any character. That doesn't apply to Ava. That's any character. So with Kelly Kincaid, like, I'm not outraged or anything either, but just seems random. And then, like, the fact there wasn't even a choice of like, well, you can stay here for the same amount of money. There wasn't even that. There's like, nah, I'm true with you. So they just Jimmy Kinged her. I'm just kidding. Moving along here. So the Bella Twins declare their intention behind their WWE return during February 2nd's Raw. So they want the tag titles, and Brie Bella is locked in for a little while, to say the least. And I think this is awesome. I think for the tag titles, the Bella Twins versus Rio at WrestleMania, that's perfect. And who knows if they'll flip them. Like, I could just see them becoming real dastardly heels, but they just play it babyface for a couple weeks to kind of get the pops out for Brie, the same way they did with Nikki Bella. Which, again, it feels kind of big showish on Nikki Bella's part, but it's WrestleMania season, baby. We got to get cooking. And I'm really glad Brie's back. I did not see it coming whatsoever. After the Mr. Beast video, though, there was a reason I talked about it, and I wanted to point out, look, dude, Brie did pretty goddamn good. Maybe WWE sees that, and who knows? And maybe, I'm not saying that had anything to do with it, but hey, she's back. So it's good to hold out, to have faith, a little bit of optimism. And she came back. I know a lot of people are like, I don't care about the Bellas. I do. I'm a fan. And yeah, I definitely think they need to hold those tag titles, even if it's for like 2 months. Let's be honest. Nobody fucking holds those belts for that long. So excited that she's going to be around for a while. And other news of people coming and going, it is highly likely, this is according to Kakutolog, it is highly likely that both Evil and Hiromu Takahashi will move to WWE. WWE is further strengthening its roster and planning to expand into the Japanese market. And so this is from, I guess, a Japanese publication. I'm not sure what Kakutolog is, or I'm saying it so wrong. Kakutolog. And yeah, the rumors are floating around that WWE is trying to move into Japan quite abruptly here. Now, again, whether that's a partnership with New Japan in any capacity, whether that's launching their own fed, or just saying we acquired Noah and like AAA, that's our new whatever the fuck. I don't know. If Evil or Takahashi show up on Raw or SmackDown, that's cool for like a 1 or 2 off, but what are they really going to book, unless they give Shinsuke like an army of samurais, but then people will just shit on that and be like, oh, they're racialist. Will Evil get over? Maybe like on the main roster and shit. I don't know. I'd have to see them like do do WWE style backstage shit and them adapt to it, which I think Evil would do a really good job of. I don't know about Takahashi. Like, he's just a crazy good wrestler. He's like a junior heavyweight who does crazy shit. Well, he can wrestle good, right? But they have a million good wrestlers. So could these guys be used in Noah to like help launch a new generation of guys we're looking at like, oh, fuck, this guy rules and that guy's awesome. That totally could be the case. Also, though, it's funny how both of these guys are guys, and I pointed this out a long fucking time ago. Like, Tone doesn't hype these guys up. Dave doesn't hype either of these guys
for,
up.
you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing. So,
and then immediately it's just like, well, they're going to WWE. They're going to WWE. They're going to WWE. But if it's like Gabe Kidd or one of these guys, Dave's fucking glazing them to death. They might go to AEW. They might go to WWE. Everyone in the world's interested in them. Gabe Kidd is in AEW. Like, we don't need to see the fucking graphic. He's on the show.
Best guy's Tony Khan.
Fucking, he's just randomly in matches. Like, we know what's going on. We're not fucking idiots like you. And then with these guys, like, you don't hear any hype about Takahashi from Tone. Takahashi, even though I thought for sure when Tone was getting involved with Nuge, I thought he was for surely going to have Takahashi featured. Like, I thought he'd be a Takahashi mark. Nope. And then Dave and Brian are both just like, well, Tony hates Evil. Tony just doesn't like him and stuff. Why? Doesn't even make sense. And people say, oh, it's the House of Torture stuff. No, it's not that, because that was just Evil doing John Moxley shit in Nuge. I feel like that was to appease Tony Khan, if anything. And you would think that Tone would love that stuff because that's the shit he has Moxley doing all the time. So for some reason, these guys get no hype. They get no love. And then just, they're going to the Fed. What? And same thing was happening to Naito as well. Well, he won't go to AEW. He detests American-style wrestling. Boom. Nuge fans are just like, his eyes are gone, his knees are shot. He ain't shit. Or maybe it wasn't Nuge fans, but sickos were doing that shit. And it's just disappointing. It's just shitty to see. But, well, it's like good for them. I hope that they both go to the Fed. But, like, what the fuck are they? What is Takahashi going to do in the Fed? I'm genuine. Unless he's just like a cool cruiserweight guy. Bring back the fucking cruiserweight title. I don't know what to tell you. I think right now in WWE, they have the potential to upgrade that fucking U.S. title to mean like the heavyweight, like the United States Heavyweight Championship again. And you can have guys like LA Knight, Evil, Shinsuke, Tama Tonga. You can have those guys. It's like your second heavyweight division, cruiserweight division, Dragunov, Mello, Takahashi. Sure, have all those guys. And I'm not like, oh, they're little, they ain't shit. The weight class thing works. It can work. It's worked for so long. It still works in combat sports. Okay, boxing, it works enough to where boxing will fucking do weight classes every 3 pounds, for fuck's sakes. Like, if we could get a cruiserweight division that is seriously not 205 Live, just filmed whatever before SmackDown starts, and who gives a shit? It's an afterthought. If you just present, and not like, oh, the cruiser, like you present it like they did in Paul Heyman's SmackDown. You present it like they did in WCW's Nitro and Thunder, right? You present it as like, this is a fucking division with prestige, and call it the light heavyweight title, right? And then you have all these guys that everyone's like, well, why isn't LA Knight world champ? Well, fucking give them the US strap, then strap them up, and then have got heavyweights fighting over that, like JC Mateo and all these guys. You have all these bodies right now. Rusev, that should be the US and IC title divisions, those guys. And then, yes, you can have a Dom in there. Yes, Rey Fenix can sneak in and become the champ. It's not like it can't happen. Look at Rey Mysterio. He became world champ and shit. It's not like it can't happen. But it's like, do you guys remember when they brought back the US title on SmackDown, the division was like Benoit, Angle, Booker T, Big Show, just whoever wasn't in the WWE title immediate or like a super over angle where it doesn't need the title or whatever. We can get back to that. The cruiserweight title can be something and it can mean something, and it doesn't have to be just like, oh, it's the little guy belt and everyone wants that stink off them and shit. That's an old school way of looking at things. I think that if you gave Carmelo the opportunity with a cruiserweight title to have a run like he's having with the US title, it would mean just as much to him, if not more, because he'd be the first guy establishing the legacy of one of these belts, like the new era of it. Obviously, there's a history before, but he's just like, and I love Melo. He's having bangers every week, but he's just doing the open chat. Like, we've seen 15 guys do that same shit. Oh, it's the tradition Cena started. Okay, that's great. That's amazing. But I just think it could be more, and we could get a money match out of those US titles. Could be money matches on PLEs, dude. So I don't know, man. Yeah, and if I say New Japan should fucking team up with WWE as well, just be willing to work with them. And if not, then yeah, I say bolster up Noah and just make a play the way you're doing with AAA. Just dive head first into it. Speaking of like people being signed and coming and going and all of this stuff, Rain Leverkusen is believed to have signed with WWE. Now, I saw a video of her cutting a bit of a promo, and she's got the sauce, and she has a very unique look as far as just her hair and shit. You don't really, I don't know. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. I don't know shit about her. Stick her in Evolve or whatever. And like NXT is getting bulked up and beefened up as well with some of these ID and NIL talents. They're going to need more people in Evolve. So you're going to hear about them scooping more people up off the indies. And yeah, just check out her work. And apparently she's been signed for a little bit. They just haven't unveiled it or whatever. Also, Bad Bunny who is performing the Super Bowl halftime show, which I saw a video where this guy went and asked a bunch of NFL players, what's your favorite Bad Bunny song? And literally none of them. I'm not joking. Not one of them. And this isn't like where they cut back to the same guy 4 times and make them look dumb. He asked like fucking a dozen football players in the NFL what their favorite Bad Bunny song is, and none of them knew one song. I actually couldn't believe it. So maybe it's more of a wrestling fan thing where I'm like, oh, like, I don't know. You guys saw the Chembea entrance, one of the greatest shits. I'm going to be honest though. Like, I'm not bumping Bad Bunny all the fucking time. He's got a few songs on my playlist. Chembea and Booker T though are 2 of them. Like, those are wrestling songs. You know, those are wrestling crossover songs. Let's be honest. So, people are hating on him performing the halftime. I didn't really think too much about it, but yeah, if people are mad at it, I guess maybe I didn't realize. I was like, oh, he's more famous in the hip hop space and shit. I didn't realize like, I didn't realize that like none of these football players know any of his shit either. I didn't know, but I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be vibing out. I wonder if he's gonna bring any people out. I always look forward to when the artist also brings other people out, especially when it's like when it's the weekend. It's like, okay, you can just sing all your hits. When it's like a hip hop guy, like a more of a rappy dude, and I know Bad Bunny's kind of like rap pop, I guess, but I like when they bring out like other fucking rappers or singers and stuff like that. That's always like, I pop harder for that typically than anything else. Like Katy Perry did her thing years ago. I think she brought out Missy Elliott. It was like, that was the coolest part. But Bad Bunny though, there was rumors swirling that, oh, he might show up in AEW, and that's because some like fucking senator or something was like, we need some senator that toned some fucking sicko politician. All these politicians are just sickos. Some guy that fucking Tone's family gives a bunch of money to and shit is like, we need Bad Bunny right away, Tony Khan, and with your endless resources in AEW soon for the fuck ice chance. Because again, AEW only trends when they're talking about WWE or for some like political shit that's just turns people off. That shit turns people off when you go one way or the other overly. It just fucking turns people off. Even Dave understands this concept. But Bad Bunny is reportedly expected back in WWE very soon, sooner rather than later. So again, I mean, fucking, we've been talking about this, and I've been fantasy mark booking his return for a while now, and I've been saying I can't wait for it, especially if they go back to Puerto Rico. And so let me see. I think I got an allegedly about Bad Bunny. So something about if he's at WrestleMania in some sort of tag or 6-man tag sitch, don't be shocked. But he's definitely not going to be in AEW, okay, guys? He would never. When he went to that CMLL show, out of respect, he wore a fucking mask. He's not going to ever go to AEW. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry if people don't want to accept that. And here's the thing with Bad Bunny. He doesn't need Tone's money. All right? So speaking of people who don't need money, don't need any more of Tone's money, and walked away from more of Tone's money, Saraya talked about not being in the Royal Rumble amidst rumors of her WWE return as well. And she says, I wish I was a part of it. WWE has to make that decision, not me. So if one day everyone obviously wants me to go back, yeah, I think they would let her wrestle too. I think they would let her wrestle. Now, that's saying something. And shout out Wrestling with Freddie, by the way, which she was on. I don't know. You look at a guy like Danielson, and they didn't want him to wrestle, but like he basically was saying, I'm gonna leave the company. So they kind of forced his hand. And because he's such a big draw and he was so fucking over, they're like, okay, you can wrestle type shit. But you can't go crazy. And then we saw in AEW, he just went out there, went crazy. The last time we saw Danielson, he put on a blue demon mask, ran and did a suicide dive to the outside, even though his arm was still fucked up. And the doctors told him before he went out he couldn't do anything physical. That's for real. So I know I was a little worried about her, but I think they let her wrestle. But as far as like week in, week out, wrestling every Raw and shit, I don't know. That'd be awesome. But because again, I'm a big Paige fan. Like I know there's a dark period in the history of wrestling where people weren't really watching and stuff. But I mean, Saraya in NXT, like she's part of the reason why I ever watched or knew what NXT was. Like I saw it in the competition early days a couple times. I was like, what is this shit? I didn't really get it. I was like, I'm not into this. But then when it became like its own developmental that Triple H was booking, it was like Emma and Paige having bangers. Fucking Bo Dallas and Neville having bangers. So I'm always going to be a fan of hers. I love that Fighting with My Family movie with Florence Pugh as well. And so I think she's a positive to have in WWE. But again, as GM of NXT, I think I'd like that more than her in the ring week in and week out. But her having like a match or two, or having a match at WrestleMania, like a build up to a retirement match at a Mania next year, and a fucking, or maybe not even a retirement, quote unquote, but just like, this is I put someone over. And you know, she's had a Hall of Fame worthy career as well already. And it's not even like she's old or washed. It's just I'm worried about her fucking health more than anything. But she looks good. We watched a video of it. But yeah, she wanted to be a part of it, and she just never got asked. So maybe next year's Rumble, we get a wild Saraya. Until then, I guess she's just, doing cons and making towns and doing her thing. Devon Dudley, and this is via Duke Loves Wrestling, Devon Dudley revealed that before his Royal Rumble debut, Royce Keys, a.k.a. Powerhouse Hobbs, was frustrated and angry with his AEW run because he felt he wasn't being used properly. No shit. You don't say. And speaking of new signees and developmental talent and whatnot, WWE has announced that the March 4 episode of Evolve will be the second Succession special edition of the show, and it will also serve as the season premiere. There's so much goddamn wrestling to watch. I haven't even got around to Battle Riot yet. So I guess we will have to watch Succession too. But goddamn, good goddamn, there's so many PLEs and events, and it's a lot, man. It's almost like I got to give up AEW soon, or I can't even keep. No, I'm joking. Just being a dickhead. So Hulk Hogan's son, Nick Balea, speaking of training in the PC and youngsters, I don't think he's that young. Performance center this week, no word why. And probably just visiting, probably just dipping his toes. People need to understand that what Hulk Hogan did for WWE almost trumps whatever you feel about Hulk or Nick Hogan or Brooke Hogan, you know, outside of the pro wrestling business. So again, am I like, yes, Nick Hogan, like we need Hogan's son? I don't really. I'm one of these dudes, like even back in the WCW day when they're like Ric Flair's kids and shit. I don't care about. I'm like, are you fucking good? I don't get hyped just because you're someone's kid. We showed a video of Dean Malenko's kid in Japan wrestling, and that's awesome. Great. She looks like she's got the stuff. Can she sink or swim though? That's all I'm interested in. Fucking throw her in NXT, throw her in Evolve. I'm with it, but you know, how people get booked, what they can deliver in different storylines and situations matter a lot as well. So some wrestlers, some vets in the game, you know, we were talking about the youngsters, but some vets in the game had some things to say the last couple weeks here. And Piper Niven provided an injury update. And she said, this is all I've done and all I've wanted to do since I was 16 years old. And I can't imagine doing anything else. I still love it as much as I did the first day I started. And Piper Niven may never wrestle again, unfortunately, which is incredibly unfortunate. I don't think she's going to, if I had to guess. And she says, do I want to come back? Of course I do. This is all I've done and all I've wanted to do. So all this to say, I hope so. Keep your fingers crossed for her. She's got some bad neck shit going on. I believe neck and back shit. So I just hope she comes out on the other side. But again, it's like she could just be a heater on the outside of the ring that doesn't have to bump around too much. No, is there no point in that? You just transition her into like a coach for the women or something. If she can't go, she'll always have a job in WWE. It's just her mind, her ability for wrestling. You want her to be like the monstrous big girl. She can do that. You want her to be the dewdrop, the fun loving, the girl you want to hug. You want her to be part of the fucking Slagent P or whatever her name is. She can do that, you know? So I just shout out Piper Niven, and it's unfortunate because again, she never really got her big like world title run or anything like that some people anticipated. Tony Khan really wanted her to get her in AEW, and her neck is fucked up, and you can't take that lightly. And so Big E, and yeah, I heard allegedly that they were talking about this guy having a match where he teamed up with another legend to fight the Bude. And not like recently, like this would have been something they were talking about before when he was seeing progress and whatnot. But again,
wrestling's not fake.
He confirms that he's done. And I don't mean to laugh, but fucking Xavier Woods. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Okay, let's get through the sad part and then we'll laugh at what Austin Creed posted underneath, because this is just pure savagery, but they're fucking brothers. So Big E says, I entered the pro wrestling industry at age 23 with an injury history that included a torn left ACL, torn right ACL, torn left pec, and a broken right patella. At 39, I'm well aware that I will one day have to pay the piper. I put my body through a lot, and somehow I feel great. I don't battle daily pain. I'm able to function normally and healthfully. I'm eternally grateful for the wonderful career I stumbled into. I pray for. I don't mean to fucking laugh, but just the look on Xavier Woods' face, dude. He's just, oh my God. I love Boo Day so much. Because they're just such haters. It's just Silky Johnson. I pray, those who know. I pray for all my fellow athletes and performers who have not had the same good fortune. A sincere thank you to everyone who has taken the time to follow my in-ring career. It was an immeasurable gift to get to perform for you all. And just thank you, Big E. Thank you, Big E. Fucking brought the Freebird rule back. An awesome singles wrestler, an amazing, incredible tag wrestler as well. But here is Xavier Woods' reaction. Oh my God, it's not even funny. Oh, he's
told you.
Told you, he says. God damn, just savage. Savage. You gotta love that though. So, and yeah, thank you, Big E. Like, for real. Bringing back the Freebird rule and making those tag belts mean something with the fucking Usos again for a lot of years after people had felt as though they had fallen off a little bit. So speaking of falling off and veterans and people playing their roles, Chelsea Green addresses Michael Hayes' comments about her on WWE Unreal. And yeah, if you're Chelsea Green, it's got to be disappointing to hear shit like that. But at the same time, she takes it in stride. Later on, we're going to look at more veterans. Well, not even that later, too much later on, but shortly, I should say. We're going to take a look at some more veterans and what they have to say about Unreal, as well as like the condition of the locker room as far as like morally and mentally right now. So let's take a listen to what Chelsea Green had to say. And a lot of people are pointing to this and what Roman said, like, oh, look, the roster's unhappy and shit. I don't buy into any of that for a second.
One of the WWE producers said some like less than flattering things about you, and then about, I guess, what was it that he was saying? I guess that you're just there to help the other wrestlers or something along those lines. And what was it like watching that back?
This is tea, ladies, because I have not done media since this came out, and this really ruffled some feathers. So one of the head producers of WWE, his name is Michael Hayes. He works very closely with our boss, Triple H. And he basically on Unreal said, you know, Chelsea makes the most out of her time, so we don't need to give her 30 minutes. We give her 30 seconds, and she does the same work, which is great.
It's a blessing and a curse. It's like the Andre the Giant curse. Like, Buddy just goes in there. Yes, he had some matches where dudes were slamming him, and he was fucking early on. He was, when he, you know, his knees and legs and back worked. He was flip-flopping and flying a little bit, but there's just some dudes you get so, and guys and gals you get so over that it's like the less you do, the better it is. And Chelsea Green is unfortunately, now should Michael Hayes be saying that on the reality fucking show when he's her boss? I don't think so. I think that's not a good look, but is it reality? Yeah, it is. And she's amazing. And if she became world champ, I wouldn't be surprised. And you could do so much more. Like, because she makes so much out of so little, that's why she should be champ, you could argue as well. And I'm right there with you. But at the same time, I do see it as the belt, like, elevates people. Green doesn't need any belt to she almost like, well, she does, not almost, she elevates these belts. That's why they put the mixed tag belt on her and Ethan Page, because they just elevate shit they're touching. That's why she's the US champion. She elevated that belt when it was a snoozer. You know, Ethan Page, same thing. He's the North American champ because he elevates that shit. He elevates people he works with. So does Chelsea Green. And sometimes less is more, especially in wrestling. And it's like, it's a gift and a curse. She'll always have a fucking job. Didn't Michael Hayes say it as well? He's like, was it him who said it? Somebody said it, I think, on Unreal, and I'll match that sentiment. If I had to pick, like, okay, Phil, you're the new booker. You get 5 guys and 5 girls. Chelsea Green is one of my top 5, hands down. Any 5 girls in the world right now, any 5 guys to start your Fed for the first year. Chelsea Green's right there. Like, I'm picking her. That's like the first name that comes to mind. But he that's your boss saying that. That's fucked up because you know what the window is. You know, like, all they see for you. He just reveals it, and it's like, shit.
Because she's not meant to be here for 30 minutes. She's not meant to be the top girl. She's meant to elevate all those girls to be in that top position, to be a main eventer, which, you know, it's crazy because I'm a self-aware human being. So I know my kind of like place on the totem pole, in this fake hierarchy that is wrestling, but to actually hear that there was a ceiling put on me, it's different. Like, yeah, you can't help but be pissed off and a little upset and just aggravated at the fact that you thought that there was maybe a chance that there wasn't that ceiling, that maybe it was all in your head, and then it was confirmed, and it wasn't confirmed to me. It was confirmed on national television.
Yeah, that's what's shitty. That's what's shitty about it. At the same time, there's always the Kofi Kingston effect where someone gets hurt. You know, she slips in. It's so over. Everyone's like, they have to win. And that could totally happen for her.
One of the WWE producers.
It's not like she's not holding belts, but when you have a U.S. title and you have a women's IC title on the other show, and Chelsea Green's got to come and elevate those belts again, she doesn't give a fuck. And it's like, yes, Jade is the WWE champion right now. Is that belt helping raise her and Jordan Grace? It is. It's elevating them. Whereas Chelsea Green, if she had the WWE title right now, could be elevating it. Because I got to be honest, on the SmackDown side of things, it's kind of well, Jordan's starting to cook shit up. I got to be honest. Like, they're starting to get things going. Julia hopefully gets in the mix a little bit. But again, we're just seeing all the women's champions overlap. So it's like, it's all one division. Why have multiple titles? Just fucking unify some of those shits. But yeah, shout out Chelsea Green. And so some of the other veterans had some shit to say about the current locker room and whatnot, and Unreal. So CM Punk was on ESPN Pat McAfee show, and he was saying that he really doesn't like Unreal. Also, Seth Rollins made it clear multiple times that he fucking hates Unreal, and he hates that, like, the gorilla area should be sacred. And I'm glad that's how they feel, because Tony Khan couldn't wait to do All Access, for instance. And I know that some people are probably like, oh, WWE couldn't wait to do this behind the scenes shit. But realistically, it took them a long time to really show even what it's like in Gorilla. Other than, like, before you would see clips of it, but it would just be like 2 guys hug quick, or a guy's like warming up before going through the curtain. They would never really. The craziest shit we ever saw was like Brock throwing that title at Vince, which, like, I don't think they put that out there either. Or maybe they did, because how else did we see it, right? So they had to have put it out in some capacity. But you guys get what I'm saying. Like, to go back there and show how things are planned and Triple H dressing people down. I'm glad that guys like Punk and Rhodes and Cena and Rollins are all like, nah, I don't really like that shit. And all you can do is hope that that resonates with some of the younger generation as we move into like this new era of WWE with all these guys retiring to Gunther. Anyways,
what I don't like is peeling back the curtain a little bit too much. Like, I don't necessarily, like, to me, Gorilla is sacred. So they shoot so much stuff in Gorilla, I don't think is a lot of the time anybody's business. But humanizing people like Charlotte Flair or Rhea Ripley and showing the human behind the character that they play on TV, I think that stuff's beautiful. What I don't like,
yeah, and that's the other thing. It lets you see these people not in character, and that's what killed celebrity in the first place. Like, there's no aura. No celebrities have aura. They're just overexposed. You know their thoughts on everything. You know what they fucking have for lunch every day. It's just, there's no... And now with the Epstein files, we know what they're all into. We know all the sicko shit that they be doing. But like, it's an aura killer doing that sort of thing. Roman Reigns, though, a lot of people say that there's turmoil in the locker room of WWE right now, but Roman Reigns checks that. And he says, we're all thick-skinned alphas back here. Thick-skinned alphas, dude. This is fucking Andrew Tate now.
Find that solution. And then usually it happens out there. So nobody who's been
fucking
here...
Roman Reigns out here red pilling the manosphere right now.
for a long time has thin skin. You just learn that's just what it is. So we're all thick-skinned alphas here. So you're going to hear a lot of stuff. You're going to hear a lot of jabs here and there. And when it comes to it, I'm the slyest with it. I'll sit there and I'll pepper you without you even knowing. You're like, oh, damn, what'd he say? He just Lil Wayne my ass. But no, it is what it is. And when you've been here and you've done what I've done, you built that equity to you know, share your opinion. The shit I think and the shit I say matters, you know what I mean? And I earned that. Nobody gave it to me. I had to take it. It wasn't easy. That's what everybody thinks. Oh, he's gone. It was not easy when I got here. John Cena, Randy Orton, Big Show, Kane, sweetheart. But still, like, I had to pry this shit from the grips of the veterans. Nobody else did it but me.
And people forget about Roman. And they're like, oh, he's part-time. He has to come back. Guys, he was on the roads. Like, he was in the last era of those savage fucking house show loops where you're working like every day. You're gone like 200 days out of the fucking year or whatever. He was working those loops, man, doing like hardcore matches against Braun Strowman and shit, picking his big ass up every night. Like, that's who was headlining those house show loops and shit. He was doing that, man. And he put the work in for sure. Like, if there was ever a guy, he's one of the last of the Mohicans, as they say, B. No, but think about it. We're going to get like Braun Breaker and these guys are coming up in an era where it's not even like there's a shitload of these house shows that they had to be doing. And a lot of people are starting to advocate to bring those back. I hope people are listening to Cody Rhodes. We should be bringing the house show loops back. Even if you got to fill it with like NXT guys, mostly just to get them out there. I'm down with that. And just like pepper in some fucking, some main roster talent. That's cool too. But Roman, he did that, him and Seth were on the and Rhodes did that as well. He hit the indies, man, and he was putting guys over in fucking obscure indies all over the place. He went everywhere to keep his brand alive and keep it hot, and that's why he got support wherever he went. Like when he showed up in Impact, everyone was supporting him. When he showed up in Ring of Honor, everyone was behind Rhodes. Everyone was tracking what he was doing right when he left WWE until he returned. That's why it was such a big deal. And so, yeah, Roman deserves his time off and shit. He deserves to be in Hollywood if he wants to be and to just pop up and win the Rumble and fucking, he earned that shit.
Say what I want.
So there you go. And of course, like Roman, a little bit, like if you meet him in person, I guarantee he's not a cocky asshole like that. And of course, he's in character a bit. Wrestlers are always in character. They have to be. It's all a work, right? So it's part of the allure and a part of what they do so masterfully. And so I wouldn't get too worked up over him being stern on the current landscape. You know, he was like the last closest thing to Hulk Hogan. It's like him and Cena were the last closest things to Hulk Hogan of this era. So if he says, yo, people need to step it up, they better step it up. They're booking Oba phenomenally. I believe they have the potential to book Hobbs phenomenally. They've booked, you know, people like Julia, maybe not so well. It depends who you ask. Certain people have been booked spectacularly, though. Like a Braun Breaker, I would say he's been booked really well. I mean, he has the fans are behind him. The people are behind him, even though he's a fucking bad guy. They're really into his shit. He genuinely, you can see his impressive athletic feats. Like I know people, well, my homeboy JJ, I know he'll shit on Breaker, shout him out. But I don't know. I think guys like Oba and Breaker are just the next best shot at a guy like a Roman, but that's going to take time. And he's like, people need to step it up now, work or shoot. Like he is right. Who's the next guy? Let's see it. And that's what John Cena was trying to instill on everybody. Speaking of stars and who's the next up, though, Logan Paul, he denies being the masked man at the Royal Rumble. Okay, and this was on Impulsive. With Big Mike facts. Big Mike.
Let's take a guy.
I'm just here. I used to sell beanbag chairs. That's a fact. And he says he wasn't the masked guy. Now, some people were saying that he could have been the dude in the mask who attacked, and that's a theory out there that attacked Braun Breaker. That very well could be the case. I just feel like the person under the mask had a bushy beard, just the way the mask was fitting the face. It just seems like it's Rollins or Jake Paul, but it's not Rollins. They didn't fly him all the way out to Saudi just to do that, right? So I would love if it was Jake Paul. I think the Paul brothers versus the Usos at WrestleMania for the tag titles is big money. That's a money tag match. The Paul brothers go over as well. But if it is Paul, sweet. I'm here for that too, and I'll tell you why. Or Paul, I guess Logan. They're fucking interchangeable. No. If it is him, I'm down with that too, and I'll tell you, I just don't think it was tall enough to be him either. The guy just didn't seem like Logan Paul's a big dude, you know? If it is Logan, I'm down because we just need to get Breaker away from the Vision. That's what I'm sort of foreseeing. My vision is that they are getting Breaker away from the Vision, and then you just kind of push him as this tweener guy, and then eventually everyone accepts him. We love this guy, even though he's a badass and just takes no shit. And yeah, and then he, like I said, he ends up teaming up with Seth. He ends up maybe feuding with Seth one-on-one, but maybe they got to team up when Seth comes back because Seth is going to get monster pops when he comes back. They're going to fucking love him. He's not going to go heel again, which kind of sucks or maybe he does. Maybe he just flips everyone right away. But we know that they're all singing his entrance. They're all singing his song. He's going to get a huge pop because people are going to miss him and stuff. I just think Seth having it revealed like the Vision was trying to usurp him in a way or something, whatever the fuck. And then it's like Logan Paul's group. I think could be the way to go if I was booking, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm just down for the journey, but Logan Paul works too for me. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Because we're breaking Breaker away from the Vision and we're just getting him like he's his own guy. You want to stick a mouthpiece with him, sure. You can cut promos though and to me, I mean, I'm looking at the way they booked Oba as well. He just fucking squashed Kit Wilson. And then, like, on Raw, he beat the Viking Raiders, both of them at the same time. Like, it wasn't even an official match. He just came out and fucking beat the hell out of them. I love it. The only thing I would have did different was the team that was supposed to challenge the Viking Raiders should have started walking down the ramp like, what the fuck? You stole our match. And you could even do this during commercial. And then Oba just wrecks their shit too. Right? And then you upload the clip, whatever, it's international, and then you upload the clip on the socials and shit. And it's him just tossing two jobbers around on the fucking stage. That would have been cool too. But the way but I mean, that's just like something you'd pitch in creative, and maybe you do it, maybe you don't. What's really cool about the way they're booking Oba is that he makes his entrance and then he beats the shit out of guys. Then he finishes his entrance after he beats the shit out of them. Do you guys notice that? He does the stance, the spotlight stance or whatever, where the lights go out. That's in NXT. That's like part of his entrance. But what he's doing is he's going out there beating people's asses so fast and then hitting his pose like fucking Michael Jackson. And then finishing his entrance with the music going. I fucking love the way they've been booking Oba. But yeah, Logan Paul insists he's not the masked man, the second masked
Let's take a guy like Braun Breaker, for example, my partner in the Vision.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not the masked man. I'm not the masked man, guys. I see the commentary online. I'm not the masked man. And if I am, that's a shock to me because I don't remember doing that.
It's green shirt guy.
It's probably green shirt guy. Motherfucker couldn't afford the seats on the other side.
So they made him work.
Got priced out by the Saudis. I didn't see him sitting on the,
was
on
he
the
not
side.
there?
Oh, he was on the opposite
Oh,
side.
he was? He was in the cheap seats?
Yes. He was in the seats on the opposite side.
You know, I saw it go viral.
Couldn't get on TV this time, buddy.
Wow.
Yes, get him.
I love that.
Turkey took his seat.
Yeah,
dude.
facts.
Wow.
Let's take a guy like
Facts. Oh shit. So speaking of other stuff going on in WWE, in the world of WWE, before we get into some other news and controversies, Jade Cargill versus Jordynne Grace for the women's championship will be on next week's SmackDown, which they're going to be on Sci-Fi for a couple weeks. Their ratings are probably going to be the shits. And so they're trying to bulk up these cards a little bit to keep some viewership. It'll just be on Netflix for me. So nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTime, 70% off 2 years. Get NordVPN, switch your thing, just pick Canada. And then watch that shit on Netflix, folks, and don't get caught up in this Sci-Fi bullshit. Or watch it on Sci-Fi if you want to support and help bolster the rating or whatever, or boost the rating. I think they'll do probably a Terrible number, and then we're going to have to deal with fucking retards in the IWC for a week or whatever, but whatever. This stuff blows up. It's not a big deal. I just kind of wish Jordynne and Jade would get more, like, here's a PLE match, but also what WWE is doing, and I know people were mad at, like, the Priest versus Black stuff, but they're trying to rotate guys in a way where it's like, this is the shit you care about on our TV show. This is the shit you care about on our PLEs. And then the PLE stuff, like, you're going to get some of those guys wrestling. Like Randy Orton just qualified for the Elimination Chamber, right? He was in the first triple threat qualifier because he's got, between that match on SmackDown and the fucking Chamber, he's going to have to rest his back. So, you know, he'll wrestle a match. You know, Drew might have a match. Rhodes might have a few matches. But typically they're saved for the PLE. And that just goes to what our boy Husey was saying about the way they really look at the shows as, like, here's our TV roster, here's our PLE roster.
Allegedly.
I think that the U.S. title could mean more. And I hate to go back to that, but I think that those belts, the Intercontinental title, it's okay just sitting on Dirty Dom. But after this, what comes after, it's done sitting on Dirty Dom. No Liv Morgan. But And yeah, these girls are going to get a chance to shine on fucking Sci-Fi. Could be worse, right? So speaking of other news and whatnot, there are 2 more PLEs in Saudi Arabia scheduled for 2026. Hosting the Royal Rumble actually added an event to the calendar year for Saudi. And so that'll be probably a boost in money, or maybe they owed them a show or something. I'm not sure exactly. There's a rollover. It's like minutes on your pay-as-you-go phone. It fucking rolls over with the Saudis. I don't know the deal they've got with WWE, but yeah, I'm assuming people get pay bumps when they go out there. So good for everybody for going out there and making money. And the crowd was insane. I love insane crowds. Not all the time. Some of them got to be chill, or else you don't appreciate the insane ones. But there's going to be 2 more PLEs. I assume one of them is going to be like Crown Jewel or King, Queen of the Ring. And then what else is scheduled? There's nothing scheduled for Saudi this year that we know about. So what do you guys guess? Like Money in the Bank in Saudi or something like that? It's going to be a bigger one. That's what she said. Oh, go. So we have drama and stuff. We have some other roster stuff to go over. Let me see what's been going on in the world of the Worldwide Wrestling Federation. How do I want to approach this? So WWE 2K26 is coming out. Well, let's just take a look. Here's what happened in AAA. This is Mr. Iguana and Lola Vice and La Toxicas, right? That's their names? La Hiedra. And here's what's going on over there. And then you see Mr. Iguana. Well, you see the cake. And then Mr. Iguana in the green in the green rep shirt. It popped me. I wanted to bring it to the show. I don't know. Crowd's hot as fuck for all that as well. Yeah, they've done wonders for AAA. So WWE 2K26, they added pretty much battle passes, I guess they're called ringside passes, but they're not quite the same, but it's essentially a battle pass pretty much. And people are fucking pissed at 2K for doing this. And another crazy thing in the Epstein files was whatever. This isn't even conspiracy. This is what came out. He is like a big reason why there's microtransactions in gaming and Call of Duty. Like, I think Call of Duty really set off the microtransactions, and he was like a big proponent. It was like this big fucking, and I'm not kidding. That's like a real thing. Gamergate 2.0. But yeah, they're going full force on the fucking microtransactions. There's like, people are fucking mad. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty details of what this entails, but for you gamers out there, battle pass in a wrestling game, I just think that's dumb. We need to go back to WWE Shop, where it's like diggity dog, and you got to pay like $500,000 for a hoe, for one of Godfather's hoes and all of that. We need to go back to those days where you got to grind to get goofy characters and unlock parts and finish a quest, and then this person's unlocked. That's the way to do it. Or like complete 100 matches, and then you get what you get. But people are pissed. My suggestion, just from looking into it, just pay for the fucking Monday Night War edition. It's like $150. It's crazy, but it just unlock, like, you get everything whenever new content drops. And then the battle pass, you get like a premium pass thing as well. It's so fucking stupid, but It's very Fortnite-ish. And one of the things that's stupid about it is they're like, Hulk Hogan 2002 will be on the battle pass, and you unlock him when you rank up your tier. And I don't think the grinding will be mind-numbingly hard, but it's like, buddy, Hulk Hogan 2002's on the last game. Like, I can just play the last game and wrestle with that. Why would he be on like an unlock on the fucking tier list thing? So whatever. People are outraged. It's outrageous, god damn it. Everything's outrageous. I'm outraged. I'm outraged. So speaking of outrageous, we're going to get into some outrageous shit. But first, a female-fronted metal group called Twisted F8 covered Sexy Boy. Twisted Fate, get it? They covered Sexy Boy by Shawn Michaels and Sherry Martel and Jim Johnston. No, wasn't he the guy who... Okay, I'm digging it so far.
He's so sexy. He's got the look that drives the girls wild.
I like that they're singing it like from the perspective of a girl. Like, you know, it's chill when people redo songs and let's say like a guy sings some shit and it's clearly, you know, like, I love rock and roll, saw him standing there by the record. You hear like a guy sing it, saw her standing there by the record. You hear them flip it up. And I kind of like that they flipped it up in that way. Like, oh, I'm admiring this sexy boy. I like the spin on it. It's making it their own, you know?
I've got the moves that really move me. He sends chills up and down my spine. He's just my sexy boy. Sexy boy. He's not your boy toy. He's just my sexy boy. Sexy boy. He's not your boy toy. He makes me hot.
Oh, yeah. That shit's banging right there. I mean, come on. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but shout out Twisted Fate. And they need to incorporate these ladies somehow in WWE. I mean, they look great as well. If these are the ladies singing and ripping guitar or whatever, get them to make a theme for someone. Get them to perform at at NXT TakeOver or whatever, right? Like this is good shit, and clearly they get it. They understand the assignment. They're wrestling fans to some degree. They must be. You gotta love that shit. Okay, we have drama. So I got rid of everything. Now we just have the juicy juices of the WWE newses. Okay, which is spectacular. We have a clip as well from an interview with Freddie Gibbs that I pulled, talking about his awkward moment with CM Punk and elaborating on that a little bit. We're gonna get into that. And yeah, I don't really see anybody talking about that either. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTime, 70% off of 2-year plans, guys. That's my plug for this show. I don't know. I don't even think I plugged the last show. I'm not a shark. I'm a man. For two says triggered over 2K26. Let me just get my guys DLC. Bro, I agree with you. Like, if you pay for the fucking Monday Night Wars edition, you should just get all the fucking DLC. I don't even understand why you have to wait for it 6 months and shit like that. I'm right there with you. You buy the deluxe edition of a game, and then all of a sudden at the end of the year they go, oh, and here's like an extra pack that's $20 that doesn't come in the whatever. All I'm saying is this: there's going to be a fucking class action lawsuit over this shit one day, and people are going to get paid in the shade. So yeah, maybe not in the shade. Everyone will get, because everyone's gaming, so everyone will get broken off like $1,000 or something. You know what I mean? But hey, you get yours. Just buy the fucking game. It sucks. The gameplay looks cool. It looks like the dumpster match is just reskinned, like the reskin casket match. Maybe there's also casket match. I don't know. I saw a picture of somebody pushing someone off the Hell in a Cell in a shopping cart. Like, that looks awesome. I'm gonna check it out for sure. But yeah, it's weird that they're taking it in that direction. I feel like they need to, especially with like all the scrutiny the video game industry's been under lately, especially like PlayStation. How do they survive with like no games and just now they gotta fucking jip people on the 2K and all this because of what 2K's doing? It just adds more stress to players and more of a grind factor, which wrestling games aren't supposed to be grinding out unless it's like the No Mercy championship mode or like the story mode in SmackDown versus Raw. They give you the showcase mode, awesome. They give you the My Rise, awesome. Now they're like the island with shit locked behind only the island. No, fuck you. Nobody wants
Wrestling's not fake.
Nobody wants
Put me out of my
that.
misery.
I don't want to grind the island. This isn't NBA 2K 21 when that was cool. It wasn't even fucking cool. It was cool for like 2 years. You know, no one wants to fucking do that. Like, what are you guys doing? Work on Universe. Make it so I can take my Universe online and fucking my friends can just hop in and play in my sandbox. You know? So it's disappointing, man. It's disappointing. But that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna nickel and dime people. But if you just pre-order the shit, then you're like pretty well safe. I looked into it enough to where, and the grinding won't be so mind-numbing either. It won't be like grinding My Faction where you're like, these matches are impossible. Like, your tiers get paid off by playing any mode. So I've tried not to be too negative, but yeah. If you just put a bunch of NWO guys in there and like Wolfpack and all this shit, you sold me on the game. You sell guys like me and Husey on the fucking game. We're just old Attitude Era Monday Night Warheads, right? So yeah. You throw Stevie Ray in there, some fucking WCW guys or whatever, put Conan in the game for once. You know, I'm fucking sold on it. So anyways, let's get into like what else is chat saying? Let's see what chat's saying. Exactly. They want you to play all the game modes. Yeah. And you do. The last game, I barely got to get into Universe mode. There's just not enough time for a human to replay. Or like My Rise is cool, but don't make it where it's like there's 100 million endings and you have to play the My Rise, the same story, but just a few different cutscenes to unlock every fucking thing. There's not enough time to do that. And play GM mode. Just get rid of one of these modes and just make one of the other ones better. GM mode's like the most addictive shit ever. If they took GM mode exactly like it is on 2K and you just put that on mobile, that would be one of the biggest fucking games ever made by WWE. But at the same time, it's like, me personally, I'm not one of these guys who's like, hey, I got to get FIFA every year and Madden every year and NHL every year and NBA every year. And they put NBA 2K26 on Game Pass for Xbox. So I'm like, all right, I'm fucking set. I got an NBA right here. I haven't bought one in, I think, like 2K23. I can't remember. Wasn't Jordan on one like a few years ago, a handful of years ago? He was like on one of the covers. I think I got that. But yeah, so realistically, like the one game that I'm like, okay, I'll buy this every year, I'm a slave to it, is like WWE games. But I've been that way since N64 days. And I was a kid, like that's the game I would rent if I couldn't buy it, or I'd, get as a gift or something. Because those were the games I obsessed over, were like the like World Tour and stuff like that. So like I'll cave and buy the 2K game. I won't. I'll just play it and I'll report back if the battle pass isn't even that bad. I'll let you guys know. Like I've said it, man. I thought Fortnite was the dumbest shit, and then I actually played it a little bit, and I get it. I'm like, okay, this is actually kind of cool. It's like a multiversal. It's just like member berries mixed with like kids' TikTok dances, so it kind of crosses over. I get the mass appeal. I get why generationally people can get down with Fortnite. It's not like overly violent, but it's still like you're shooting guns and looting and stuff. I totally understand. I thought it was fucking stupid for the longest time, but yeah, anyways, enough of the 2K stuff. Sorry, you guys got me off on a tangent. I'm not a shock. I'm a man. I think I read this. Oh, no. This guy gets it. Thanks for the 2K26 therapy. Yeah, no problem, man. It's just for people who are long time, like, because you get it. If you're really in the trenches playing 2K, the way people have to mind-numbingly grind my faction just to get, like, AJ Styles Persona card. And then you get told, hey, there's 2 tier lists you got to grind. That's fucking annoying. You're pissed off, you know? You're like, what the fuck? I've been loyal to this game. I pay for all the DLC up front. Why don't I just get the DLC? If I buy a season pass, that should just mean I get all the shit, you know? But they want to, you know, it's just the microtransaction shit and the interactivity of it. But yeah, we'll report back. We will report back. Jordan was on 21 or 22. 21. Yeah, that is like the last one I bought. Okay, let's get into more WWE news. We have drama. We have drama and juice. Drama and juice and hot gossip. So in very unfortunate news, deepest condolences. This is All Red the Giant tweeted this out. Deepest condolences to WWE referee Daphne LaShawn, aka Aja Smith. She shared on Instagram earlier this afternoon that she lost her grandma, grandpa, uncle, and cousin in a house fire last night. Here's the GoFundMe. And if you guys see this, just like and retweet it. I've shared the GoFundMe, and she lost 4 family members overnight. Because of a house fire. It's just tragic, just terribly, terribly sad. Deepest condolences. All of the good energies, chat, her way and her family's way. And yeah, it's tremendously sad. And you see people online, and I find this kind of gross, but I don't want to like tweet about it and then have people take it the wrong way. I'll just say it on the show, whatever. But I think it's gross when some of these accounts, when someone's family or someone goes through like a GoFundMe situation in wrestling, you have people sleuthing and just watching all day for updates on who's donating what, and then they're screen grabbing what wrestlers are donating what and then posting it like it's a fucking video game leaderboard. So far, the Young Bucks donated $10,000. That's the most of anyone. And Natty Neidhart gave $500 and blah, blah, blah. And this is what really I think is fucked up about it, is the people doing that, a lot of them that you see aren't even posting the link to the GoFundMe underneath. Like, okay, do that, I guess. It's weird, but if people didn't want it to be known that it was them donating, they could do it anonymously, which people do and have. And you don't know about behind the scenes what some people may do either. But it's the people who track it and then screen grab it like it's a fucking contest, like it's a fucking pinball game of like who's donating the most. And then like not even linking to GoFundMe underneath, like you're just posting it on Twitter for what? Like, is that really even anything anyone needs to keep track of? Like, what does that do? I don't even get how it's news or interesting or anything. And yeah, just go and support. Okay, for funeral costs and family recovery, if you can, and share that link around. At least just retweet it or whatever if you guys see it floating around. In some lighter news but kind of sad news, Nikki Bella, she was dating Cooper DeJean, banned in Canada, folks. No. So she's dating this kid. He's a defensive back for the Eagles. And of course, it's like one of these relationships that goes public, and a lot of us were saying in the IWC, like, look, dude, this is, I don't know if the shoe were on the other foot. Like, if he was a way older dude dating a younger girl, people would be freaking out. And not only that, in this situation, it just seems like, are they even together? What's going on? She's wearing Eagles gear. It seems like people are like, ooh, it's spicing up and getting serious. And then all of a sudden he's like, nah, we're just hooking up and stuff. And he didn't say that, but that's what it is. They were hooking up, and he's a young dude, and he's just like, oh, well, on to the next thing. I'm a rich fucking dude. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing that it was like this thing. She's wearing the gear, and then like a week later, they're not even really dating. And it's just kind of sad. I don't know. I'm not trying to roast anybody, but it is what it is. I'm going to call it like I see it.
Emotional damage.
He kind of put it on Front Street how they're not really seeing
You
each
want
other.
to talk about your public relationship or no?
I don't think I have a public relationship.
There you go. All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Let's move along, ladies and gentlemen.
And
it
like,
is
why the fuck would Pat McAfee even ask him that?
time? The internet talks about it.
Yeah, they do.
You want to talk about your public?
And I get what he's saying. Like, it doesn't mean it's over, but I don't know. There's just been a couple of those now where I don't know if they're seeing each other really. I think Nikki Bella recently said as well that they're having fun. They're just friends or whatever. We're just really good friends, I think she said on Impulsive. And it's like, oh no, that's terrible. So in Love and WWE, and more Love and WWE news, Penta Zero Miedo, to his 1.2 million IG followers, posted a spicy Latina here. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that's from. I don't know if that's his wife or what, but he posted it to IG and then deleted it in like 1 second.
You fucked up! You fucked up!
Obviously a mistake, like quickly camera roll. He's probably wearing the gloves, you know? I'm just joking. And he does the Cero Miedo before he posted it and like hit his phone with but he deleted it right away, but people saw it. And I don't know who or what's going on there, but yeah. Got to be careful with what you allow Instagram to have access to as far as your photo library. I think you can control it so that it's only the pictures you select. And then he just posted it and delete it. So who knows what he's doing? I don't know if he's married or what either. Like maybe that blew up his spots. That'd be so shitty. I'm sorry. I just talked about it on the show, but hey, Cero Miedo. That's what they say, right, dude? Speaking of no fear, man, Ricochet, he was just talking a lot of shit. And, you know, if he saw like Sammy or AJ Styles in public, he would be like, oh, I'm just working a character, bro. That's what he did with Disco and shit. That's what he does. So I'm just being a heel, man. And so Sami Zayn responded to Ricochet, who said, I'd argue El Generico has a better legacy than Sami Zayn. And then Zayn responds, and again, he's just doing this to sweep the fucking Hangman stuff under the rug. That's why MJF went on this wild ass press tour as well. Well, I think he was going to anyways as world champ, but it's because he always does, but it's just very telling when you see like the shit MJF's talking about and stuff and the headlines he's trying to make as well. And Sami Zayn responds to this bullshit with a Mike Tyson quote where Mike Tyson was like, legacy means nothing. It's just another word, ego. And it's true. He is right about that. And Mike Tyson's right about that. And I'm glad that Sammy just pwned Stinkashay there for saying some dumb shit. Because I'm sorry, it just rubs people the fucking wrong way, what Ricochet's doing. It's not garnering heat the right way, the way he delusionally thinks it is or does. That's for goddamn sure. But Corey Graves, who's a Monroeville native, grapples with new role as Point Park professor. So he's teaching now. And you guys can go and check that article out at triblive.com. But yeah, he'll learn you something, this Corey Graves. And good for him. I don't know if that's like a permanent job or just teaching a class. For a semester or some shit, who fucking knows. Speaking of who fucking knows, Liv Morgan knows when it comes to these sickos what she does and doesn't want to listen to, and who she does and doesn't want to hear from. And on TMZ's Inside the Ring, she says, if you're not someone that I'm asking critique for, if you're not my boss, I respectfully don't care what you have to say. Let's hear it from her own lips and shout her out for making this clear.
Social media is brutal. Like, how do you handle criticism on social media, if any?
Yeah, honestly, and I mean this like respectfully, I don't really care about your criticism. If you're not like my boss, if you're not someone that I'm asking critique for, if you're not my boss, I respectfully don't care about what you have to say or what your opinion is. Everyone is entitled to opinion. You know, all opinions are welcome, but it doesn't affect me whether it's positive or negative because I only care about what my bosses think.
That's so true.
Social media.
Yeah, keeps it real, man. Real profesh. So speaking of fucking profesh and keeping it real, the Toronto Raptors, buddy. Fresh off the Royal Rumble, Lash Legend and Trick Williams will be in the building. So this was a few days ago, and we have some clips from it, and they were there enjoying the game. I wonder how this got linked up. Like, how does this happen? I don't think either of them are from Toronto, or I'd fucking know. But yeah, they were there holding it down with the Raps. Looking like $1 million too. Like, they just look like a superstar couple.
That boy playing ball. Yeah, we looking good. We looking good. Columbia, South Carolina. Right, boy. 6-7. First round.
6-7. And I don't fuck with my guy JJ hating on Lash Legend all the time either, man. I think she's so good on SmackDown. She was tremendous. Again, just like another great performance. And I'm looking for her to have like a weak one, and she just doesn't. Every time she comes out there, she belongs.
9th pick, 20 years old. Dang. What up?
Love lift us up where we belong.
That was a bad call. Go Bird, hit it out. That's me.
What? Toronto, how we feeling tonight?
At least they're out there having a good ass time. Let's see here. I think we have another, clip of them dancing on the court. I wonder if they like know who they are. Obviously, they're like WWE superstars, but it's curious to say the least. Everybody knows who the fuck AJ Styles is, and most importantly, AJ Styles knows who AJ Styles is, and he knows what he means, and he knows what he wants. And honestly, up until this "What's Your Story" pod, I thought there was a chance that AJ does some matches in I didn't really buy into that he does matches in TNA thing. I've maintained this whole time he's going to have like a match in TNA, a match in Nuge, a match in AEW, not even all three, but like if he does anything, it'll be like a one-off. After hearing this "What's Your Story," these clips from "What's Your Story" and checking out the interview, he is not going anywhere. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think his mind is set on he was going to retire just when he was retiring. And he's even said, oh, everybody can come back for one. Okay, so he'll pop up at a Mania, maybe put someone over the way he kind of wanted HBK. Or maybe his son is training pro wrestling. Maybe he comes back and does a Dom Ray thing with his son. But where's he going to do that? In WWE. He's not going to take his son to AEW or take his son to Japan. Just bring him up the right way in WWE, and I think they've offered him a job, and I think he's going to go home for a little while, and I think he plans to stick it out in WWE, and especially after hearing what his wife said to him, which we'll play that clip. First, this is him talking about him putting the gloves down and putting them back on.
It looked like you were going to put your gloves down, but then you didn't. And you put them back on. What does that mean?
So it's just a little tease, but we see this. We take a look at this clip right here. And he gets choked up after a beautiful message from his wife, Wendy, following his retirement.
Her words.
All right.
To my loving husband, whom I call Alan, and the world calls the phenomenal AJ Styles. Growing up, who knew I would marry a wrestler? Sure, I would watch wrestling with my grandmother, but I never had a desire to marry one. Well, we paid for our small wedding with money made by your short stint in the WCW when you started chasing this dream. You always
Styles, dude.
Told me to trust you, that you would make it. Never once did you doubt yourself. As your bride, I trusted you and even encouraged you to go when the WWE came knocking very early in your career. I believe that required you to move to Cincinnati. I was in college at the time. As a young married couple, you refused. You chose me. Even when I was pushing you to go, you politely...
Cincinnati. Why would he have to move to Cincinnati? Is that where like Heartland Wrestling Association or whatever was? Did WWE or no, yeah, OVW. No shit. Yeah, that's crazy. So he'd be living in Cincy then, right? Yeah. Does that make sense? It would have been OVW, right?
Decline the offer.
Where was Heartland based out of? Because for a while they had that HWA fed as well. I always forget. That's where Kenny Omega had like a match, and Jim Cornette tells the story about fucking how I guess the trainers there thought he was the shits. Whatever. That's a whole other story.
You always said we would do this together and not apart. Together we have. You have traveled the world wrestling and conquered what many only dream of accomplishing. You have put God and your family first in this business. I truly believe God opened every door and allowed not just you, but our family to walk through them. For that, I am eternally grateful. You wanted to beat the house. Well, you did. A phenomenal career. 4 amazing and individually gifted kids. And a loving, always supportive wife who has stood beside you the entire time. You won. Come home. The phenomenal times are just beginning.
You hear that shit? You won. Come home. The phenomenal times are just beginning. He's not fucking going on the road for AEW. I'm so sorry. He's got so much money. Unless Tone literally is like $1 million for this one appearance. Right? That's the, and like, okay, maybe like 500 grand for this one appearance or something. And even that's like outlandish. No one would offer, unless you're like fucking Roman Reigns. Like that would really turn the fucking tide for AEW. If they just like stole Roman, that'd be the craziest shit ever. But it wouldn't ever happen. I'm just saying, like, you'd need something like that to happen to just like turn the tide all of a sudden. Like, holy fuck, Roman's a proven draw, right? A fucking million people would go watch that show if he just showed up on it randomly. But well, they probably have to announce it first. But either way, we're enough of the fantasy Mark book in here. AJ Styles, that whole come home thing right there, he's done. He's fucking done. He'll come back. He'll do a match with his kid, put his kid over one day. Maybe he comes and does a one-off at WrestleMania. Maybe he, whatever the fuck. But I could just see him coaching guys in the back, working with Japan talent on how to fucking cross over, do some shit with Noah. Because they're about to launch this shit too. So how do we not know? That could be a part of like the pitch. Hey, AJ, fucking, we're doing this thing with Japan too. You could be a big part of that. We don't know. And I just don't think he's going to go anywhere. I hope he goes home and just enjoys some fucking family time for a bit before he's all suit and tied up. But that just convinced me right there. He's done. And this is why too. This isn't like one of Ric Flair's fucking 5 wives, right? No offense, just saying. Player's going to play. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? But he's been with her through thick and thin. Like he turned down the WWE before to stick it out with her. You think he's going to go like, yeah, I'm going to go on the road with TNA for a bit? He's just not going to do that to his family. She's like, come home. So, he's going to I just see it being done for AJ. So thank you, AJ, and that rules.
Come home. The phenomenal times are just beginning. I love you, babe.
That's really good.
Yeah, he's like about to cry and shit, dude. It just means the world to him, and so does his wife and his family, and that's good. And that sealed it for me. I don't think he's going fucking nowhere ever. I think he's just going to stick it out with WWE. At the most, we'll see him do like a Bound for Glory one-off because of the partnership. That'll be the furthest I'll give him. Or like maybe a Noah. But even that, wouldn't he just do it at like Mania if he's going to do one last? Or we'll see him come back and tag with his son a little bit maybe, and he'll be a little bit older. His son can carry the matches. He can do one or two cool moves a match and do his thing. Otherwise, he's finito. So speaking of people who want to get the fuck out of their situation and get over to the Fed and do something big and spectacular as opposed to what they're doing, MJF. So we'll talk about the things he was saying in the media in AEW news, but he did link up with Seth Rollins at a Super Bowl press event, and this is courtesy of Bleacher Report. Rollins and MJF linked up, and again, they're just having a casual conversation. They look like the two biggest assholes in the room, which is exactly the point. It's kind of funny. And I think MJF, I think he will do good things in WWE when he eventually goes there. And I think he's obviously going to eventually go there. He's able to get away with this I just shit on everybody thing, which is smart that he worked himself into that position. Honestly, he's sort of brilliant for that. He was talking a lot about WWE, which we'll get into in more depth a little later, but people only talk about this dude when he's talking about super controversial shit or he's talking about WWE. And that's how it goes for Stinkashay and all these other guys too. And that's the problem. But for MJF, he doesn't give a fuck because he's just dipping out whenever he can. And he's putting AEW over as much as he can because it doesn't hurt him any. And he's not doing it in like a Ricochet sicko style. He's just like, oh yeah, we produce the best wrestlers. Like that's what your champion should be saying about your company. He should be putting everyone over that he beats. This guy's $1 million because then like how good is he then, right? It's the Conor McGregor effect, or like the Ric Flair would do that, or or Dusty Rhodes. You put your opponent over how good they are, but then you talk about why you're better, why you're going to beat them, or what it means when you beat them, what that means for you. And MJF knows how to do that, and so I think he's out the door. Maybe not even anytime soon, but he's going to be out the door in the Fed sooner or later. And they all know that. And that's why, you see him chumming up with guys like John Cena and Seth Rollins and shit. They can respect that. And you got to respect his hustle and how he's making moves for himself in Hollywood and stuff, like actually grinding it out, though. Yes, as Tony Khan opened some doors and his money and his ability to take his fucking time off whenever he wants. Has that helped him? Yeah, absolutely. Most people aren't afforded that opportunity where he's at, but he's taking advantage of it. And say what you will, he's in a Sandler movie. He produced that A24 picture. He fucking is popping up here and there. And so he's laying a bit of a groundwork. And then when he goes to, or a bit of a foundation, when he goes to the Fed, that's only going to be amplified by their resources and the doors that have been opened over there. And what WWE is willing to do now and what Hollywood's willing to do. And I do see great things for him. He's going to have to wash that AEW stink off him, though. And a lot of people see this shit or they hear what he has to say and they get fucking triggered by it. A lot of the wackos, because everyone's so used to these AEW guys just only talking and being delusional about WWE. Like Will Ospreay when he plays dumb and is like, well, I'm just in Multiverse Mania, bruv, and they book me in there with this Triple H guy, bruv. and I just didn't even know what was going on. It's like, no, dude, you're fucking delusional about this guy, or you're like obsessed with this fucking him saying you didn't embrace the grind or whatever. And now you got doctors grinding your fucking neck trying to fucking fix it, you know, with tools and shit. It's incredibly unfortunate, and I hope he recovers well and bounces back. But Ricochet goes out there and he's just like melting down about WWE in ways where it's like, bro, you wouldn't, like, 80% of the people who know you wouldn't even know who the fuck you were if you didn't go to WWE. You would have just like been a dude who flips in AEW. If he never went to WWE, just did his Japan and indie thing. Like his most notable shit was Prince Puma. Before and after Lucha Underground. Yes, there was the one match with Ospreay where they did like the fucking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon spots where they're flipping around. That went viral. Some people think a lot of people thought it was for the wrong reasons though, right? So Ricochet, I mean, you'd think he'd be grateful, but not necessarily. Anyways, to bring it back to MJF, what he's doing isn't what Ricochet's doing. What MJF's doing isn't what some of Eddie Kingston's doing. Like, MJF could make it in WWE if he went. I'm not saying he'd be world champion. I think he could be. But he would be in the mix. Okay? And so when he does this shit, people get mad that he's bringing up WWE, but this, at least with him, it's his character. It's kind of, you expect it. He kind of shits on fucking AEW too. Went on TV and called Tone a mark.
You fucking mark!
So.
It worked out well. I think there's another pickup that just came up last 2 days. Injury bug bad right now.
And they're just having a normal, like, casual water cooler talk. You know, oh yeah, this time of year, you know how it is. Like, literally talking about the weather or what? You can but yeah, these guys aren't gonna. I like that they did this little face-to-face as well.
Or are we looking at each other in a devious fashion?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
here, right here.
We're doing good business. I appreciate you. Somebody's gonna get mad, but hey, it's awesome.
Somebody's gonna get mad. Yeah, we know who that's gonna be.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Oh man, that's funny. So yeah, good for them. And MJF, keep doing your thing. Brody King is an interesting situation. I know people were shitting on him getting squashed. I think that you got to mix it up sometimes, but again, a lot of people aren't pointing out, like, MJF got squashed by Wardlow. This is just Tone going into his same bag of fucking tricks. He has like such limited ideas, and if it's not like there's a group looming around MJF, or he's in a group, or, you know, like MJF's either associated with a group or like is going to join one, or there's a group after him or whatever the fuck. It's like him kind of in the mix with a group, or else it's shit like this. He just gets squashed. And I don't think Brody King, I think they did that because MJF's going to get the win back. And then maybe by the time there's a trilogy bout, Brody can get the belt off him. But what's MJF's Hollywood schedule? What has he got coming up? A TV show or something? I don't fucking know. But again, he's just going to hold that belt till it's TV or movie time. And then they need to build someone quick. So maybe Brody King's that guy. I don't fucking know. But I don't hate on them for the squash. Like, sometimes you got to do shit to shake things up a little bit, even though it was just so dumb to do when they did it in the overrun. Is just a stupid fucking thing. But I digress. So the last bit of news here, I haven't really seen people clip this or bring this up anywhere, but Freddie Gibbs was on Bootleg Kev's podcast, and he talked about CM Punk and them being on that movie together, Night Watch or Night Patrol, I think it's called, with the vampires and all that. And so shout out Bootleg Kev, shout out Freddie Gibbs. Let's listen in to what he had to say about being legitimately terrified of CM Punk. And how he scared the shit out of him.
CM Punk was such a
I'm
good
black,
racist.
though, so the cops was white. So
yeah, they were a bunch. The cops were racist, and CM Punk made me believe. I was like, "Yo, oh shit, CM Punk might be racist." That's one of my...
I don't know.
No, he's not. No, I know. No, he's like super liberal and like, but he made me believe it. I'm like,
yeah, he did his thing in there. He's scary. Like I said, he's terrifying in real life.
You guys shot a lot of this in Pacoima?
He's terrifying in real life.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at.
Is that where the projects were at?
Yeah, I think so.
They talk about how they were in the ghetto a little bit, and I'm just going to jump ahead a little bit to
definitely gangs.
Yeah,
definitely gangs.
There's definitely gangs there. Man, hey, we left all that to YG. I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And he made it easy.
He'd be the guy.
He made it easy for us to just show up to work.
Hence, executive producer.
Definitely.
So what is it? I mean, I want you to tell the story because you told it a bit at the movie premiere. So you're acting with CM Punk, and there's a point in time where you think he actually really wants to fight you.
Yeah.
What happened?
We was doing a scene where I had to I was trying to shoot him, and then he grabs the gun or whatever.
Yeah.
But I brought the gun up a little too quick, and it hit him in the hand, and it drew blood, and then we had to cut, and he was pissed the fuck off, and I was like, damn, I think I'm gonna really have to fight this dude for real. But no, I didn't really think it was gonna escalate to anything. But that's just one of the memorable moments.
That's my favorite wrestler of all time. So.
I love CM Punk, man. My favorite wrestler of all time is probably Stone Cold.
Shout out to Stone Cold.
I love Stone Cold.
Yeah, Stone Cold is up there.
Yeah, definitely.
Is Punk like a cool dude though on set?
Yeah. Definitely.
He was scared of him. I might have to fight him and shit. He pissed him off. That's funny.
Definitely.
Is he a fan of what you do? Does he know who you are?
I don't think so, but I knew who he was, so that was cool.
Yeah, it's definitely for you. Is there a big, because you've been on big production sets before?
Yeah, so I don't know, man. They thought they were gonna get into a little tussle, but Freddie Gibbs is like, nah, dude, this guy. I saw that Jack Perry shit, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWF News. Okay. Let's pull up. We're gonna get into some AEW news next, ladies and James. Ladies and James. Let me pull up Federation news. Pardonnez-moi. Let's check in with chat over here and shout out the new people who signed up for Patreon, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, doing bonus episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment. I got another one coming here. Monday or Tuesday it should be uploaded. She'll be good. Night Patrol shit. Oh, okay, let me check in with chat here for a sec. King Dingling's been a member for 8 months. Says, what exactly was Buttfinger's legacy as Prince Puma? I don't know about legacy, but he was over in Lucha Underground. That's what people remember the most, I would say, from Ricochet, other than that fucking flip match with Will Ospreay, and then that match with the beatdown, him being written off of WWE. I think those are the three things, if you had to point to, that he's known for and will be remembered for the most. He hasn't done shit in AEW that makes me go, oh my God, he's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Being the guy doing flips only seen on YouTube. Yeah, well, in Lucha Underground, it was just craziness, he was the champion. Ricky Banderas is most well known for his time in Lucha Underground as well. I think that's his name, right? So I liked it. Young Bucks are less appearing than crabs. What happened to the Big Bill push? I agree. Night Patrol shit the bed quicker than Nick Pickles. I'm not sure who that is, but I want to check out Night Patrol. Night Patrol was awesome. Will the Young Bucks get a shot at the Tag Champs FTR? I mean, who cares? We've seen that match 400 fucking times. Okay, so let's get into, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, all of that good shit. If you're watching on X, we have over 220 watching on X and YouTube. So make sure you hit like and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into AEW news. But first, we have a special surprise guest. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Awesome stuff, guys. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, all together in chat at the same time, Ichi Nissan Da. For AEW news. And patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. So Nick Collins of Adult Swim has announced a new animated series collaboration between Adult Swim and AEW. Good for them. Hopefully it pops off. Over on Patreon, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times, I am reading and reviewing with a pal of mine AEW, the AEW Origins comic book and that DC put out, and I'm gonna do AEW X DC. Is that what it's called? There was a first issue just dropped recently, but yeah, I'm gonna read the AEW Origins book and review it over on Patreon. And yeah, make sure you guys check that out. And hopefully this Adult Swim show is good. Guys, I'm all for AEW turning the ship around. I really, really am. Okay. So I'm sorry if there's some wackos out there who don't want to hear that shit. And you're like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair to become a sicko. But I've maintained it since day one that I am hoping they turn things around, and things like this could help. But I mean, yeah, Warner Bros, it's just like they're in a weird position until this whole Netflix shit gets settled, to be perfectly honest. Speaking of things being settled, Don Callis's dentures fell out of his head.
You can come out here and do business, or you understand that the Don Callis family runs the business, or you understand that the Don Callis family runs this show.
Oh my God, dude. That is funny. MJF. So we'll circle to the MJF stuff. So in other news here, Tony Khan did the traditional CMLL tradition of holding the title in the ring or whatever before the title match. And it cringed a lot of people out because they were like, what are you fucking... And it's funny because I think they have the ref from CMLL. There's nobody there repping CMLL. And then other than like the ref, I believe. And it's funny because remember when Dave Meltzer was like, yeah, it's good. Or he was saying recently like, oh man, the refs, they're going to have to learn the American style, like putting over how AEW guys are wrestling for like the pure title and shit over in CMLL. But then when WWE bought AAA, he was burying like, oh, the Americanization and the bastardization of this product and all this shit. It was so fucking
The best
funny.
guys, Tony Khan.
And then Tone comes out here literally like doing their shit without even like the owner of CMLL. Just this is why he's cosplaying, he's LARPing. He just has the money to LARP as like, I've been on TNT for 7 years beating Nitro. Like he gets to LARP these pay-per-view numbers that Dave Meltzer claims they get, and he gets to LARP fucking doing CMLL's traditions and shit. It's cringe as fuck. Yeah, I mean, I can't say anything else. I've hated on this man. I've hated on this shit. Hate. Speaking of the show, before we get into the dramas and controversies, according to Dave Meltzer, Kenny Omega is booked in Japan, for a Capcom event, Brian. Except actually, it's like he's Brian, during the week of the Revolution pay-per-view. So I don't think that he's gonna be on that show at all. So again, Omega comes back and he prioritizes a fucking Capcom event. They have him dressing up like a little fucking schoolgirl and shit, literally. Not even a Jim Cornette bar or anything like that. Just actually, he's out there dressing up like Street Fighter characters.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
Instead of doing this fucking pay-per-view revolution that they have coming up, and it's really cooked that these people prioritize, like everyone in AEW prioritizes other shit over AEW all the time. So moving along here, we were talking about CMLL. Claudio defeated Jalua in Arena, Mexico to retain his CMLL World Heavyweight Championship. So yeah, he won the shit. Let's get to the finish already. And I guess they're running with Claudio. Good for him. I mean, he's a world champion somewhere, I guess. Mercedes Monea, among those featured in the new season of Bar Rescue. So she's going to be in Bar Rescue, Mercedes Moné. And I think she was on it once before, her and Naomi. Maybe it wasn't Naomi as well, but yeah, she was on it. And she's going to be on it again. I am surprised they have another season because I think the show kind of went dormant for a while, but their YouTube, they just do great work with their YouTube. They really do, man. So Kenta was backstage at AEW recently with Katsuyori Shibata. And he's a fucking Fed and Punk hater and everything. So I'm just joking. But I'm sure Tone wants to sign Kenta, but for some reason he hasn't done it. Maybe he will. Apparently Tone is, extending the roster and stuff, which we will get into in just a moment. So Okada came out with a bag over his title. And apparently it was lost. His bag was lost that had the international title, which is why it was covered. Why? Just get a replica. Get one from the merch stand. Don't have the belt. Just say, his luggage was lost or something. He comes out with it covered, and then it draws attention to the fact that he doesn't have the belt, because then it's just like a merch stand belt underneath or someone else's belt underneath. Like, that's not the belt. So they covered it. So that means it was a different belt, because if it was a replica that they should have on hand, like they do in WWE, because he's a fucking champion and the belts are supposed to mean something, and it's like a prop for your champion for television. Like, how is this? It's not a shoot, guys. This isn't Tim Sylvia going to the fucking beach in the early 2000s with his UFC title and fucking taking pictures with people. This isn't that. This is like, you got to show it up. And he comes out there with a bag over the title. If he walked out with no title, it would have been less egregious.
Wrestling's not fake!
I swear Okada's like trolling AEW. He fucking phones it in on TV. He only works good when Takeshita's involved on TV. Or like, not that he doesn't work good, but like puts effort in. He does like the dumbest shit, just calls beach, everyone's a bitch. And then on pay-per-view, he has fucking bangers. And then he does shit like this. Like, how does Okada go, not go, no, I'll just walk out with no belt. And the only reason you'd cover it up is because that's actually a different belt. That could be a cardboard cutout, for all we know, that's in that fucking thing. And it just draws attention to it. Like, how is nobody backstage going, and this isn't even that big of a deal, but come on, I gotta fucking hate on it a little. How is nobody back there going, yo, don't send him out there with anything. Just have him walk out, especially when he's just in his gear. You know, he wears that big jacket. No one would even notice. People would go, oh, he just forgot his title in the back. Who cares? Oh, whatever. And like, yes, people get their bags lost, but it's just, it's like, unless it's a pivotal plot point, unless it's like a pivotal prop for the fucking plot of this angle here, what is the point? Sending him out there with that, it's just silly. So there has reportedly been talks of the Inspiration joining AEW, which I'm not mad at that either. I got to be honest. Seems like AEW is interested in sports entertaining it up a little bit and taking shots at TNA. So, you know, Tone wants to pick another pair of wrestlers fresh off of TNA, the knockout champs who dropped the titles quick. You know he'd love to do that. And especially before WWE gets them again. And let's say they go to WWE, what does that do? Does that really bolster? Is that even the right fucking word? Does that really help elevate the tag team division? No. In WWE, I don't think so. I think that they would just be jobbers. They'd be the Pretty Deadly of fucking... Whereas in AEW, they might actually get the titles. And I think they're funny. I think they're interesting. Now, here's my only qualm with it. I 100% promise you, Tone would just stick them with Tony Storm.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So, because I know for a fact that's what he would do,
Things for dirt bags and lily pickers.
I would say don't go there. But who am I? They're in a stage in their career where just get money and do your thing, you know? They're not the greatest wrestlers. They're not going to tear the house down. So it will be funny if they show up in AEW and the crowds pop for them and they get over. It'll be fucking hilarious because it just vindicates everything I've been saying on the show for 3 fucking years or 4 years or however long I've been doing this shit. So yeah, there's reportedly been talk of the Inspiration. I'm down. And if they own the name Inspiration and all of that, then that's good for them. And also they're buds with Harley Cameron, are they not? I think I'm right about that. I think they're buds with Harley Cameron. So maybe they get worked into something there, but I guarantee they do shit with Tony Storm, which I don't know if it'll help any of them, but it might be vastly entertaining as well. For all we know. While it isn't finalized, it's expected to be soon. Clark Connors is signing with AEW. It was said this bodes well for interest in David Finlay as well. Should David Finlay go to AEW? A lot of you guys are like, who? But it's Finlay's kid. I don't know, man. I think he's got a look. He's got a presence. I think he wrestles really well. He's not someone I'm like fucking drooling over here or anything, but I would say anywhere he goes, he'll be fine. Clark Connors, on the other hand, I would go to AEW for sure if he's offering you the money. And Clark Connors is a solid wrestler. I thought that, or no, that was the Knockout Brothers saying that they're like loyal to New Japan and all this shit. Clark Connors, though, was kind of teasing that he's leaving. His contract came up, and then we just saw him on Collision. So it's like we know, it's like Gabe Kidd. We know where he is. We know where he works. We see him working there already. How is this a dirt sheet rumor of where he might end up? So, in other news, and speaking about people being brought into the company, a senator, United States senator, calls for Tony Khan to bring Bad Bunny to AEW. So that's some guy that obviously, like, the Khan family fucking donates money to or whatever, right? Like it has to be. Otherwise, why the fuck would he even know what AEW is? Let's be honest. And so he calls for Tony Khan to bring Bad Bunny into AEW. Now, I don't think Bad Bunny would ever do that. He's just so loyal to WWE. And they would just have to grease his palms a bunch, but he has all the money in the world and has world tours and shit. So why? And we covered on this show a while back, Bad Bunny has some, he's doing a tour, and then there's some time off where it's like just in time for WrestleMania, I'm pretty sure. So just be ready for that. I don't know if he'll come out to Chambea, but we'll see. Maybe he premieres a new hit at the Super Bowl. No. But yeah, that would be interesting, I guess, if they got to say they don't do celebrities well in AEW. They don't know what they're doing with them. And so, yeah, Ruben Gallego wants Tony Khan to get Bad Bunny. So he says it's time for AEW to solidify a huge fan base. San Benito, love wrestling, need him to make some appearances, just no stretcher match, please. So this guy doesn't even know what AEW is. Just no stretcher match, please, which is like a tame match for AEW. In AEW, Tone's like, well, he actually did a hardcore match in Puerto Rico. I was thinking he'd fall through some glass and we'd fucking dunk his head in a toilet bowl and light his head on fire like Home Alone. We put him through a series of traps like Home Alone. It's my second favorite movie next to Time Cop. Fucking crazy. No stretcher match, please. Buddy, Tone would book him to get shredded by a cheese grater or whatever. Like, they don't even know what AEW is. They're blowing this up like this is big news. This guy doesn't even know no stretcher match, please. All the sickos are like, oh, but we wanted to see him do light tubes. We wanted to see him do tacks and tables. I actually like tacks and tables. That's a good concept that Tony or someone came up with in AEW. But moving along here, before we get into Tony Khan news, recently there was a plant at an AEW show, and we covered that. The lady who posted, it was like an OF model, and of course they've been plants. It was a wrestler the first week. The second week, it's some OF girls, okay? She posted a thing saying, this looks so fake. And then her name is Selena Slay. So adult content creator Selena Slay deactivates Instagram after AEW fake comment backfires. So fucking sickos and wackos and the fucking wrestling's not fake crowd fucking stormed this lady. She got Kat Dennings. She had to deactivate her shit because they're going after her for fucking saying AEW's fake. Or just saying wrestling looks so fake and shitty. And I don't know, man. Maybe that should be in the sicko segment, but I just, this is why people don't want to get involved. This is why some athletes and some of these fucking celebrities don't want to get involved in pro wrestling in any way. They see how the fan base reacts, and they just don't want to get Vanessa Hudgens or Kat Dennings or Selena Slade now. People can't fucking help themselves, dude. It's wrestling, you guys are fucking whacked out and cooked. So speaking of being whacked out and cooked and making headlines here, Brody King. Now, there was a bunch of mainstream, quote unquote, publications, outlets, TMZ, NBC News, a couple others, I think Fox and stuff like this. So fans at an All Elite Wrestling match broke out into an anti-ice chant that briefly paused the pro wrestling match and appeared to startle one of the wrestlers in the ring. And it's funny that they saw MJF selling it and they're like, oh, it startled him. When really he was just selling. Now, I just think it's fucking shitty for AEW, and it's because how some of their wrestlers virtue signal and fucking pander one way or the other, dude. But now you're the company that people only care about when you say some political shit or when you're talking about WWE. Like Brody King's made headlines twice now for stuff to do with ice, not because he's a great wrestler or anything like that. And that's a problem. People only get clipped. Will Ospreay and these guys only get clipped when they're talking about WWE. What did MJF go viral for? Or quote unquote viral in the IWC, whatever the limitations you want to put on that is, however big that is in your mind. You know, what did he pop off for this week? Doing this press tour and talking about two things, WWE and like Epstein files and shit. It's like, this isn't the only shit you guys should be. There should be hype around these matches. Roman Reigns and Punk at Mania. Holy fuck. Big money match, dude. And then you got fucking Raheem Rhodes over there on SmackDown and Fatu and Drew. They're cooking it up. Like that's going to be a triple threat or something. We're going to get something crazy pop off between them at Mania. And we have the Chamber first, which has like big fight feel to it. Like the 6 guys who are in the Chamber, that's the last chance to get into WrestleMania and get a shot at the title and all that. In AEW, it's just like, oh, they said fuck ice again, or which I'm not even making a statement on any of that, whether I agree with that shit or not. I'm in fucking Canada. There's no ice here. You know, well, there is ice here, buddy. We're in igloos here, bud. I'm not your buddy, friend. Right? Hockey's trending right now. Team Canada Winter Olympics, bud. Taking home the gold. So however you feel about that, feel how you enchant that. I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is all these guys make headlines for are shit that turns people off. Talking about the Fed, coping about the Fed, and then fucking some political shit that everyone's like, shut up. You know, it's like, stop. I just want to be entertained. Everything else is that. I don't want to hear. I just want to fucking watch the wrestling show. So now they're bringing it to the wrestling show, and that's cool. Do your thing, but it's unfortunate that Brody King is known as this. He's the political guy. Great gimmick. You know what I mean? Like, great fucking gimmick, buddy. Like, that's shitty, man. That would be like, he should be known for his wrestling, you know, and what he's doing in the ring and big matches, big fight feel. Tone hasn't produced any of that for these guys. Fucking sucks. So we're going to talk about Tone in a minute. We have dramas to get to. One little dramatic thing, tidbit thing that I want to touch on. Bully Ray says, I would beat the shit out of Mox and give him reason to bleed. And that's a shoot, brother. So Bully Ray is like, I will beat the fuck out of Mox for real. That's how serious old ass Bully Ray takes your jiu-jitsu, dude. He's seen it in action. So we have Tony Khan, Delusion. We have MJF stuff, but we also have Kenny King, who Jim Cornette. Well, this was actually the fuck ice moment here. I'll play it.
Now the face in the eyes of the champion.
Dude, that MJF look is just like, that's, and you've already seen it memed and shit. It's in GIFs already. People have gone nuts with it. It's funny. Here's the thing, though. Remember when they got a talking to about the commercials when like Hangman or whoever said whatever the fuck, and then they like ramped them up the next show? I just don't know if like right now you want to be fucking around with WB when shit is all up in the air. Like, I don't know if you want to be playing these games. Now, you can't control the crowd, freedom of speech. They paid their fucking ticket. They're going to say what they want to say. And it's not like they all clearly felt that way. Like, it's a room full of people yelling it. It's not like a few sickos were like, fuck, and then everyone else is like, hey, that's cringe. So I'm just saying, though, like the network and shit, like WB, what's going on with all that? I can't wait to see how that all pans out, because They already clearly got a talking to for this sort of thing. This sort of thing happens again. Brody King just kind of ignored it and did his thing. He didn't like lean into it, which again sort of indicates to me he got somewhat of a talking to over that shit. And yeah, just the media landscape. It's just interesting. Like, I don't know. WV, man, they're like sweating, but they don't need any controversy. They don't need any more. You already have all these fucking retards arguing about if Superman was a success. The government said it was. Oh, the government said it wasn't. Oh, well, Netflix said it wasn't. Well, David Zaslav said it was. It's like, who fucking cares? What are we fucking... Did you like that movie? Everyone's talking about Superman still. I'd say it's a fucking good movie. It's one of the most streamed movies on their thing at the end of the year. If not their most streamed. Like, fucking everyone just shut up. How about that? It was good. Okay? You know, if I can get over it. And so with this, it's like, I don't know if WB needs any more controversy right now. Or AEW as well, especially if it's AEW drumming up shit for them. Now, they own a stake in it, but how much? Is 9% to keep it off the books worth it to them? I don't know, man. Moving along, though. Moving along. Kenny King, a very cool thing happened the other day. Thank you, Tony Khan. So Kenny King wrestled like a dark match. I'm sure Jim Cornette's thrilled about that. Headed to the Indies is Andrade, who's wrestling Charles Mason for the HOG World Championship. February 20th. I wonder if JD will be allowed in the building.
Sure thing.
Moving along. Yeah. Ricochet, so again, he was melting down and spurging out. I wonder if, we already talked about this a little bit, but as much as he's shitting on WWE, as I pointed out on the last show, he himself was not only re-signed a second deal, like long-term deal with them, but back in 2023, just a few short years ago, Ricochet thinks Will Ospreay and Moose would benefit from having the WWE machine behind them. So, like, when I'm telling you guys, he's faking the fucking funk, dude.
Liar!
He's faking the fucking funk. I mean, it is what it is. Let's not pretend like it's anything else. Speaking of faking the funk, we talked about the adult content creators. Shout out Andrade. Collision's on tonight. I don't know. AAA is on right now, which I'm actually pulling up because I didn't realize it was even on tonight. Pretty much every Saturday where I'm like, oh, there's no wrestling, I gotta just look for AAA because typically there is AAA going on, which I enjoy better than Collision, I have to be honest. So this lady here said, one of the ladies Andrade took a selfie with last night on Dynamite, laughed, called it so fake, then she had to deactivate her profile. Saraya said that she fell out of love with wrestling while working in AEW. So amidst rumors of her coming back to WWE, she said that she fell out of love with wrestling. She said it on Wrestling with Freddie. Shout out Freddie Prinz. But she said, I'm taking wrestling so seriously, I lost my passion for it for a second. I kind of fell out of love with it, and it was kind of making me miserable at one point. And this is the thing that AEW, that's the void that AEW can't fill for a lot of people. Like, the money's fine, but then when you're a performer at heart, so you want to go out there and do your art and shit, and they go, oh, WWE sucks the fun out of it. Yeah, that's anywhere you're being benched. That's anywhere that has a bloated roster of guys signed just because. That's anywhere you're not being fulfilled creatively. So, and it's not the case for guys like fucking Edge, who's like, dude, I've done everything creatively ever, and now I'm just like making millies. Before I retire, I'll just keep doing what I want. Whatever, I'll do what I want. And so Saraya felt she fell as though she fell out of love She felt as though she fell out of love. That's what was supposed to happen. But yeah, I just kind of fell out of love with it. So unfortunate that happened. I think that could happen anywhere. You would cry too if it happened to you. Tommaso Ciampa named the TNT Championship Sylvie. So again, just to play on his like NXT Black and Gold run and Goldie. And I like that. I like that they pulled the trigger and just put the title on him as well. Let's see if he makes something of it. I know he was in or he is in a triple threat tonight, I believe. And yeah, we have MJF stuff. We have some Tony Khan Cringe, quite a bit of it actually. But first, just a little bit of ratings talk here. Shout out Raj Giri. He says that Dynamite ratings stayed at about 650 for the second week in a row. So good for them, man. If they can maintain it and grow it a bit, good for them. It's the highest since the Blood and Guts episode. But again, let's not pretend these aren't like old Collision and Rampage ratings and shit. And look how that turned out. That's all I'm saying. So up 0.2%. So just virtually identical. Key Demo is up 67%. Okay. The total audience and the 18 to 49 demo rating tied with blah, blah, blah were the highest since blah, 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 big panel, blah, blah. Year over year, Dynamite was up 8%. Guys, okay, so year over year, the total overall was up 8% in total viewers, but the 18 to 49 was down 12%. Skewing older, like your boy Philly Phil said, but also legit round of applause for the Wubs, guys. Like, come on. That's year over year up a little bit. Okay, that's all you can ask for, right? Okay, we'll look at it last year. Is it up? All right. Key Demo down, though. Okay. Interesting. I think it's just skewing older. I think people who, again, I've said it, like 10 years ago, 6, 7, 8 years ago, like that New Japan Young Buck shit was cool. And then it just, in the 2010s, like early 2010s, mid 2010s, late 2010s started to kind of fall off a little bit. Couple years into the 2020s, it's like we're seeing it on Dynamite. It doesn't really connect. Otherwise, New Japan would have connected, or just like Ring of Honor. I've always said it. Like if 1 million people were going to start watching Ring of Honor, they'd have just started fucking watching Ring of Honor. You gotta, if you're gonna say like make a play, you got to WWE it up a little bit, which clearly Tone's doing, and people are pointing it out. Dave Meltzer's like, I really liked how they did some storytelling there with MJF and Andrade and these guys. Yeah, no shit. Me too, buddy. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't blow up in my face how positive I've been about AEW, but we're now going to make fun of Tony Khan for a little bit. So it's a scale, right? Everything balances itself out. The universe has a way of balancing itself out. First, we have a bit of MJF stuff to talk about. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, and hit retweet or heart or whatever. Andrade's fucking cooking. La Hiedra equals cake. Storyline, at least Chelsea was hurt at SmackDown. Why did La Hiedra replace Chelsea? It looked like a cast on her foot. 6'7". The Rascals stole the parking lot brawl away from Big Bill, who is for real. This voice is worse than Ben Stein during Clear Eyes commercials. Bueller. The Don Callis family. You guys remember that show, Win Ben Stein's Money? That was I used to like that show. Ricochet is obsessed with WWE. Okay, let's get into what MJF had to say in his media tour. So he talked about WWE a little bit. He trashed WWE a little bit. Alfred Konuwa made a video where he did a DJ Vlad interview again, but this time he's MJF. We're going to check on it all. But he says Epstein files are disgusting and slams those trying to sweep it under the rug. Yeah, it is pretty cooked. But again, it's fucked that like this is what is like the headline people. All anybody clipped from his interviews is Epstein files and fucking WWE talk. So it's unfortunate, but he's right. He is right, man. That shit is all fucked up. I'm not saying you guys got to go down a rabbit hole, but just be aware of what's going on out there. It's all out there, a bunch of it. MJF is announced for Hogg's No Turning Back show in Jamaica, New York, February 20. Again, I wonder if JD will be there calling the match. And that should be interesting. AEW guys working fucking indies. MJF's been on his indie grind since coming back to AEW. MJF on the current state of AEW says all elite wrestling's never been better. Ticket sales are up in every single market year over year. The ratings are up slowly but steadily. Professional wrestling is a roller coaster. You have your highs, you have your lows, but right now we're on a steady incline, and I'm going to be honest, it's pretty obvious why. MJF's back, and he's got the world championship. Yeah, him and Joe are the two guys who I think you can kind of look at as the ratings steady or fucking take a bit of a bump. I don't know about attendances. Like he said something about ticket sales are up in every single market year over year. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is verifiably false. You can just look at what has happened.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Over the past few years to every market, and people make jokes that AEW killed Chicago, which a lot of wrestlers would say is like the best wrestling town, period. So, but again, he's working. Every time you see him talking, he's working, and he's just got to put the world champion should be, you shouldn't be like, oh man, the ticket sales are lower. He should be putting the promotion over, and good on him. And he's saying it's a roller coaster. That's true. You do have highs and lows, but AEW, it seems like they were on a high, and then it just down. Well, I don't know, actually. When Punk came back, they kind of went back up, and then he went away, and then they went down a little bit. Then he came back, they went up again a little bit, and then they just kind of went down. And when he came back the second time to AEW, it wasn't as big of an effect as it was when he debuted, obviously, naturally. So MJF, speaking of CM Punk, he was asked about CM Punk, and this is courtesy of Compass OTB, at Compass OTB. And here's what MJF had to say about CM Punk.
There was an individual walking around here yesterday that you kind of kicked him out of AEW. He has a
talking about CM Punk?
Okay, I didn't know if I
Yeah,
could.
no, it's okay. Who could possibly give a shit?
Yeah.
It's about me right now.
It is.
Fuck him.
It's always about you.
It's always about me.
If there was a forbidden door, you could wrestle anybody.
I'd love to beat the shit out of him. Just
I love it.
Shits and giggles. I would love to literally be put in a situation where I can bash his stupid fucking face in again, because he had a fluke victory over me at the dog collar match because of that schmuck Wardlow. Again, this is the only time I lose.
Somebody comes in.
Cheats.
Yeah.
I had CM Punk's number. I beat him twice in Chicago. Out
there was an individual.
Yeah, I would like to see them fight again at WrestleMania. No. So Mick Foley responded he posted a picture of MJF, and he said, really enjoying AEW as of late. And I was like, dude, he said he's distancing himself from WWE, but Mick Foley, it's not like he's going to go to AEW or anything. And people were like, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Well, your boy Phil was wrong. This motherfucker, I think Mick Foley, we're going to see his ass. He's going to be the new commissioner of Dynamite. That would be a good move, though. Make him the fucking commissioner of Dynamite and Collision or whatever. So he's like the face that runs the place. Tony Khan can just be the dude in the office, whatever. He can go, I'm the booker, whatever. But the problem with AEW is that we're led to believe that Tony Khan runs everything. The booking, the GM, the creative, the fucking owner, the producer. Right? He's got every title. He loves to list them. And it could be interesting. I've said put Big Show in that position where he's the general manager of Dynamite and Collision. He's there to keep order. He'll fucking knock out Punch Wheeler Yuta if he tries any bullshit. The shenanigans are over. This is going to be a serious sports wrestling-based company, sports presentation, whatever the fuck, however you want to spin it. But I think Mick Foley could be good in that position. Now, if it's all just politically motivated, cringe, but at the same time, do your thing. You know, it would work, and it would actually sort of fit. He was the commissioner for WWF before. It kind of fits historically. It would be kind of rehashing WWE shit, but what isn't? If you have, you know, any of these people as general managers, quote unquote, it's a very WWE-ish thing to do. So I won't hate on him for it. And yeah, that's all for the MJF stuff. Aside from this last clip I want to play of, or there might even be a couple of them. Friend of the show at Pro Wrestling Bitch. Shout him out. He put me in his video a few times there roasting Meltzer. So shout out Alfred Kunawa. Go and check out his channel at This Is Nasty on X. And here is he got exclusive footage of Vlad TV interviewing MJF.
MJF, what's happening?
Cut my music, cut my music. Oh, hi, disc jockey Vladimir, you scummy old fuck. How's life as a fed, you nasally schmuck? I'm just serious. No. I am a
Generational talent, I know. You've done that line to death.
Just open your little laptop and ask me any question in the little time you have with me and make it count, disc jockey Vladimir. I'm an open book, baby.
Okay,
Disc
so what happened with Trey
jockey
Miguel?
Vladimir. Yo, that's funny.
Next question.
Oh my God. So there's a little teaser. Make sure you guys check out his channel and check out that that video in full there. That's funny, man. So I don't know if you guys are watching AAA, but like these guys have been absolutely going off. This match has been crazy, and we have Ray Phoenix about to rip a mask off here. Dragon Lee took a crazy buckle bump, like front flip into the buckle bump. He just hit a Hurricane Rana to Phoenix. I mean, these are four dudes. This is like a dream match, Brian. You have El Grande in there. You have Octagon in there. And this is OG El Grande, right? And then you have Dragon Lee and Ray Phoenix, and they're just snapping. Like, this is, again, people would say this is very AEW style match, but it's like, if you're a WWE fan, this is like a treat. You just watch it on YouTube once in a while. They have great production. There you go. And El Grande with the finish with the metal or the leaded weight. What is that? Lead or like a metal plate? You stick it in the front of the mask. You hit the diving headbutt with it. And you get the W. That's what El Grande original and El Grande the fake one. But which one is fake? They're both fake. It's AI, Brian. That's what they've both shown us. Okay, people are going nuts because someone's okay. So the other El Grande's coming out. So like El Grande original, the OG El Grande in Mexico is the heel, and then Kaiser El Grande is the babyface. But then in America, whoa, like Rio and Bravo and El Grande Dos, I guess I don't know what to call him. El Grande they're the heels, and then fucking OG Americano is the babyface. It's just funny. It's awesome. Conan, you're doing good work, buddy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into a little segment I like to call The Best Guys, Tony Khan, and we're going to do things a little differently here.
The Best Guys, Tony Khan!
Because The Best Guys, Tony Khan, and we're going to start with like a compliment sandwich. Okay, so we are going to start by something nice about Tony Khan, and then we're going to, react to some of his quotes and news and ideas and how he's delusional about a lot of shit, in my opinion. And we're going to make fun of him a bit, and we are going to then end it by putting him over a little bit as well, because he is the best guy, of course. And so here is Boots to Boots podcast with Madison Rain on, and she talks about how Tony Khan is great and values family.
Tony Khan it's so important to him that family is important to his people. You know, there has never been a time where I have missed work, and anyone at work has made me feel worse about it than what I felt. Like, there's never the pressure to come to work. When I broke my foot in the ring, I had a cast on, I had a boot on, whatever, and I was fully prepared to get on the plane and go to work. They told me, take the time off, rest, enjoy your family. This past year, I lost my dad in March, and it was the hardest thing that's ever happened to me. I probably will ever happen to me. And it wasn't even a question of when are you coming back to work, ever. It was take all the time you need. The day that I did finally come back to work, it was, are you sure you're okay? If not, please take the time that you want.
Well, that's all good. That's awesome. And I'm glad that he's accommodating that way.
During gymnastics season, my schedule changes a little bit, and that's never a problem. So yes, part of it is my willingness to, you know, adapt my schedule so that it works with Charlie's schedule. But it's also like the people who I work with and work for who give us the ability to do that and understand the value of family and know that you're going to bring the best version of yourself to work if what's going on at home is good and you feel like you are 100% mom, wife, whatever it is at home. When that's taken care of, you can go to work and be the best.
And that rules for them. That's awesome. And that's exactly why people will go there knowing that as well. And that's how Tony gets money marked in sometimes.
Specifically,
not to like hate. I mean, that's a good thing, but we see it like Kenny Omega prioritizes Capcom events over AEW, things like this. And it's going to keep happening to Tone as long as this company exists. But I'm not saying like her prioritizing her dad dying. That's not in the same category. But I'm just saying people will exploit that kindness and generosity. Absolutely. What do you think about the Tony Khan burner account allegations? So Vince Russo questions Tony Khan's silence over the burner account claims. Now, I have a whole, section. I have a whole segment I want to do on that. It might be a run-in. It might be its own, just like an update, a wrap-up, a fucking overarching view at it all. But Vince Russo did bring this up about Tone. He's like, listen, bro. He's like, at any point, and I apologize for my ignorant, bro. Let me I apologize for my ignorance in this matter, bro. But at any point, is there any way to actually, genuinely, if there is a burner account on any social media platform, bro, is there a way that you can actually track back and trace, determine exactly who belongs to, bro? I can't even. Jeff chimed in saying, I'm sure X could if they were subpoenaed or something. I bet you they could. And then Al Snow said, what has he done as far as having actual proof of this claim before he took it public? And why is it? No, that's just Vince. And why is it we're now free and allowed to make any defamatory statements we want against anyone we want, whenever we want, with no substantiated proof other than just some assumptions and claims that we made in a public forum? Vince Russo point, bro, let me tell you, you know what the interesting thing is, bro? We know we have 5-year, 6-year track record now. Tony Khan responds to everything and everybody, bro. So that to me is the red flag. The fact he didn't respond and say anything, bro, the fact that there isn't a lawsuit For Tony Khan not to respond to this and not defend himself, bro, and not sue this guy immediately for all these allegations, that's curious to me. And then because in a court of public opinion, you are always 100% guilty, even if once in a while you're proven innocent. And just like they used to do in the old newspapers, the headline is Vince was this wanted criminal, but the retraction is printed on page 28 in really small print. There's a matter of having some kind of culpability, responsibility when you're making such types of claims. Did he ever mention at any point where he got this information? And then Jeff Lane was like, friend of the show, said he did make a tweet. I forgot this. He did make a tweet that he would talk to Tony about a possible settlement, but this guy's removed his X account. And then Al Snow says, that's my whole issue with the whole thing. We're having a conversation about, really, from my viewpoint, unsubstantiated claims. He's not provided one, not even one sentence of evidence of where he found this out. Yeah, I'm going to get into that more in another segment. Maybe tonight. I don't know. We've been hanging out for a while, but definitely very, very soon. And it was just interesting to hear their take on that. Jim Cornette's dropped a couple videos about it. But yeah, as my initial assessment going over it all, just the first stuff, and then there was a bunch of shit that happened after. But just initially, it was like, so if it confirms that Buddy is a burner, then doesn't that confirm that perhaps Nick got fucking fired then too? Is that like, I don't know. It's a weird situation. So. Speaking of weird situations, the whole Britt Baker situation, Tony Khan said but some light for Britt Baker at the end of this long, dark tunnel of fucking obscurity she's been in as far as like pro wrestling's concerned, right? She's crushing it with her dental work and all that. I'm sure she's fine, but pro wrestling, she wants to be a star and she hasn't been on TV in, I think, years at this point. Tony Khan says he expects to have Britt Baker back in AEW without revealing when. Well, Britt is somebody I really like and respect a lot. You're seeing him signing a lot more young wrestlers, and Britt is still somebody very highly regarded and respected here in AEW. So, Tone, you're hiring new young wrestlers, and you're like, see, I'm hiring tons of people. Yeah, so I'll bring this talent who's a veteran on our roster who's been benched for years. Yeah, I'll bring her back. Look at all the young guys I'm signing. What does she have to do with that? He always just obfuscates to something else, tries to bring the attention to something else. And again, I don't blame him. He's just not subtle about it. And it's fucking cringe and hilarious. So he's like, she's somebody I respect a lot, but not enough to put her on TV. I would expect to see Britt back in AEW. I just don't want to say when, because he has no plans for it. He just says, I expect to see her back, but notice I'm signing a bunch of young people. The fuck does that mean? What does that have to do with Britt? So stupid. So speaking of signing people, Tony Khan says he's been developing Stephen Borden, Sting's son, and it's a huge priority for AEW. Stephen still has never been on AEW TV, but he's somewhere developing. I have so much respect for Stephen. He's a rising young wrestler. He played college football at Kentucky. I followed his football career, and now I'm proud to say we're working on developing him as a pro wrestler for AEW. Developing him for the future is a huge priority to me and everyone in AEW. It's great. So, okay, yeah, I mean, he's a good pickup for anybody, and hopefully they develop him correctly. And I like he's out there just wearing black tights and black boots, and he's just out there getting reps in. And he's doing it in Ring of Honor. I guess they haven't done wrong with him so far. NIL is probably the way to go, but Sting is like, dude, Tone pays me a shitload and will pay you a shitload and go through this. The WWE, man, they won't let, it's not it. You know how Sting feels about the Fed. So it's going to go with Tone, and Tone will pay to keep this guy around. And so good for him. I just hope they don't push him too quickly. We've seen guys like the Von Erichs come in, and the fucking Rhodeses or whatever came in, and They don't really book people's kids well. Like Brock Anderson was in there, Brian Pillman Jr. They don't have a track record of booking people's kids so well. So hopefully they get this one right. I'll be optimistic about it. Speaking of Stephen Borden, though, Tony Khan says he's licensed Sting's old WCW entrance theme turbocharged for a certain number of plays after Sting's son Stephen Borden recently used it at an ROH taping. So does this not stooge that he's going to put him on AEW TV soon? Like, why would he license it for a certain number of plays? And does that mean entering the ring and winning the match, I wonder? Or does that count as one play? I'm curious on that. A certain number of plays, so you're just going to waste them on ROH dark matches that aren't on TV, that fans are just going to film, and in which case you could use anybody's music if it's not being put on TV and shit, or YouTube and shit. So is this not stooging that? Or maybe he'll be on like Ring of Honor TV or a pay-per-view, but I think this is kind of like, okay, so you're going to put him on Collision or Dynamite soon. Tony goes, I wanted to use that song. It was my idea. So you took credit for the ingenious idea of having Sting's son use Sting's theme music. Wow, how creative, Tone.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Fucking Tone Disney over here, man, with that fucking creativity, dude. Oh my goodness, just amazing fucking.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Whoa, no way, buddy. What a great idea you had. It's a song that was in a library, and we made a deal to get a certain number of plays. We haven't used it on air yet, but we have a deal to use Turbocharged, which is a track that was available through a music library, and I love licensing great music. That's one of my favorite songs from my childhood. I think about it all the time. And I thought it would be really cool for Steven to come out to it. And isn't it funny too how Meltzer would shit on Sting and was always like, oh, Sting isn't even worthy of a fucking Hall of Fame career. He would literally say shit like this. And then Sting goes to AEW. All of a sudden, he's in 4- and 5-star matches. One of the greatest retirement runs. Tone's the biggest fan of
the young
Sting.
Superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So,
like, come on, man. But shout out Sting. He's always been like the defiant one who's carved his own path, if you will, right? So speaking of carving your own path, it's something that Tone just doesn't seem interested in doing, really. Tony Khan is talking about taking AEW to France in the future. En français? And I just don't get it. Like, Tony, do they have TV in France? Like, Tony, you have to do shows there. You have to get people that people are interested in over there. UFC goes over there. Now WWE follows them. So again, WWE blew some markets, or pardon me, UFC blew some markets wide open as far as like infrastructure, how to market this, how to do that, blah, 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 blah. TKO/UFC, all these places you're seeing WWE go to, they were there. They blew up the Australia market. And it's not that you can just replace it with pro wrestling, but they have they, as I mentioned, carved their path. They carved a lane and connections and how to get things out there and people excited for this. And who do we feature out there and things like this, right? So now Tone's just like, yeah, I would love to go to France. What the fuck, man? This Australia show, people are saying the tickets are all fucked up and there's low sales, and Dave's already making excuses for the viewership, and there's no TV in Australia. They just think they can go there because WWE goes there and sells however many tens of thousands of tickets, and AEW is just going to creep in and do the same thing. Meanwhile, last time they were in Australia, Buddy Matthews had his fucking career ended by accident. And Tony Khan is saying, I'm really excited to go to France for the first time. There are more places in Mexico that I want to go. We've been to some great places in the UK, and I want to continue to expand there. But Tone, you're not expanding. This is the problem. You did a big ass, you hotshot booked and fluffed the house on a big ass show there. And then you fucking have gone back, and each subsequent time the ticket sales have been lower and lower, and you're fluffing the tickets more and more. Or at least All In, the vibe of All In, the hype of it rather has fallen off greatly, depending wherever you have it. Okay, you go to the fucking UK though, and it's not doing as hot as it once was. So to continue to expand there, you're shrinking there. To expand there, you got to go like do TV in the UK, do a bunch of shows in the UK, tape some shows, go for 2 months, or do them live, but just go and do a bunch of shows there. Get people excited for AEW in France before you talk about, I just can't wait to go there. And do what? Like, do you have a French superstar? Do you have somebody, people like, okay, they're hungry for wrestling there. People might turn up to see some wrestlers and shit, especially the first time you go there. Maybe there's some hype, but you can't just move in. It's like the same thing with Australia. You gave them a shitty time with a small ring. All the fans were complaining, the videos of them being forced to wait in these fucking, in this cold ass room or whatever. There was all types of shit came out about that first show. Now the second show, you have Dave Meltzer sweeping for the ratings, and you have fucking people out there being like, no one knows about this show in Australia. And how the ticket sales aren't doing good because AEW had a bad offering the first time as far as like fan service. And now you're just talking about going to France. Like, this is great. Let's just go. What the fuck? So I suggest go to Europe and do some Dynamites and Collisions all over Europe and just spend a couple months. And then you're not gouging the fans out there either, because Tone thinks like, oh, we're putting on these big events. And then the prices are more for like Grand Slam Australia. He's like going there and then trying to gouge the fans when the demand's not even there. So Tone, if you want to expand, go do a bunch of smaller shows, do TVs there, get people going, man, we really want Dynamite and Collision to come back, and we really want Dynamite and Collision, whatever. Do some house shows there. Put the fucking work in, buddy. Do the fucking grind. Embrace the grind, bruv. And then the people will fucking show out for when you want to do a bigger show and gouge people. You show up there, it's Grand Slam. They don't even know what AEW is. They don't give a fuck if it's Maximum Carnage or whatever the fuck. They're not going to pay a premium for that. There's no demand. So, speaking of expansion, Tone, his mind is in all the wrong places. He's talking about expansion. He's talking about fucking going to France and all this stuff. His mind is just in the gutter. It's in the weeds, like he said. He's off. He's lost in the grass or whatever the fuck. He's smoking the grass or whatever he said. So Fightful says that AEW is still expanding their roster and making signings with additions to be made to the women's roster fairly soon. You got to imagine Killer Kelly is going to be a fucking name there. It was said there are a number of talent that are signed that haven't been made public yet. And I am going to look up an allegedly. So here are some allegedlys. Now, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. This is all comedy.
Allegedly.
It's not allegedly comedy, Hughes. Yeah,
allegedly.
Okay. And by the way, this is I was responding to the sound. This isn't this is completely separate. When I play the allegedly sound, it's not necessarily Hughesy telling me shit, okay? He's just a dumb drunk Irishman. Ignore him. Unless you're in the Dabbleverse, then go. He just gets people to argue on his show. It's the funniest shit ever. Anyways, heard some things. Tony Khan has reduced the length of contracts that he's offering people because that was apparently the main reason most people didn't want to sign there, because he was doing, again, 5 to like 8-year deals and shit, 5-6-year deals. Tommaso Ciampa is making 4 to 5 times in AEW what he was making in WWE. Tommaso Ciampa, come on down. Contestant. Tony's money mark. Apparently, Will Ospreay's neck injury is so bad that if he was in WWE, it would be a forced into retirement situation. He wouldn't even be cleared to wrestle. Yet apparently for AEW, the plan is for him to headline the next All In. So
The best guy is Tony Khan.
That could all be fake.
You know, poor
right?
people don't like AEW.
So they're expanding their roster, making signings. I just don't know if that's the fucking move right now. To just be signing everyone up, but it just seems like a play at TNA people so far, which I'm kind of for. I like the drama of it all, but just as far as him expanding the roster, you're just talking about Britt Baker's benched and you don't even have a plan to bring her back. It's cooked, dude. It's Cookie Monstered. Speaking of cooked, Tony Khan, dude, he announces a collaboration between AEW and the NFL for Lucha Libre masks for all 32 teams. Now, if you guys look at these masks and you go, oh, come on now, Phil. Oh, come on now, Tony. That's not very fair to just repackage these fucking masks. If you want to save 20% on masks made by Chinese labor, head on down to savewithphil.com. This motherfucker here, what happened was he got a mask plug. And that's where he made those shitty hologram masks. And that's where he's got these shitty luchador masks. And he worked out a deal. This is something they're giving away with people's burgers, by the way, at White Castle. It's the same mask with the White Castle logo. So what Tony did is he linked up with some sort of manufacturer in China. And I'm sure Dave hooked him up, because if you check out the bonus episode of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week on patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, I go through his friends list, and Dave believes truly he's an expert in China because he grew up 4 doors down from a girl that he didn't really know that he saw in the news once. Alleged. I'm not even kidding. And so I'm sure Dave tipped him off, but Tone found like a manufacturer, and obviously the more of these fucking masks you order, the cheaper they are. And obviously they're giving them away, or you buy these White Castle ones. And so what did he do? He made some AEW ones as well. And then he cut this little deal. This is like merch you'd give this away. It's like a beer flag you get with a case of beer. That's the equivalent of what these fucking lucha masks are, okay? And so Tone cut a deal with the NFL where each team is going to have their own lucha mask, White Castle style, where all you do is you get a color. You just Google, what's the hex code for the Jaguars green? And then he brought that as a fucking template, and it's the cheapest, shittiest shit. You just put the fucking logo on the side, and then you just order 1 billion of these, and then you give them out for free to the football players. You hope that them and some of the fans buy them at the merch stands. And I bet you this is all a marketing ploy. I bet you AEW is making $0 off this. And the NFL's just reaping all the benefits from it. And Tone's hoping that some fans in the crowd will wear these masks and they'll say AEW on the side, which they probably will. And Tone is hoping that some of the players might wear them on the sidelines and whatnot. You see like George Kittle wearing his Penta mask and all of that. And so he's got these shitty little masks. You give these away. It's a novelty fucking joke item. Okay? That you and I'm not joking.
Sometimes in life you got to be a hoe.
It's like a fucking novelty joke item. And he dropped this right in time for the Super Bowl, which is a good idea. And I don't know how much this will help Tone, and it's good for them. I'm not shitting on it, but it's like a cheap, they did this with like the White Castle burgers. It's cute and everything, but where the fuck is he? Like WWE has, when they pull up to town, Randy Orton's wearing like your local sports team blended with like his likeness, or like RKO everybody, go Hornets, or whatever the fuck they're in Charlotte last night. And like Tone, man, he had connections with the NFL. Like, why is he not on the forefront of having wrestler merch like that? And again, this helps AEW possibly, It would be cool if, you know, the wrestlers could get in on some of this action too. But again, like Tone could have been there with titles and fucking shirts and doing all of this shit first because he's the connection with the sports guy family, right? That's what Dave told us for so long. So it's just crazy. He was behind the 8 ball on that one. And it's crazy that he's just rolling these out after the White Castle ones. And it's like, Tone, we can clearly see what you did. You just have some fucking manufacturer. You order a bunch of these in a bunch of different colors. And then you just quickly slap on cheaply the fucking logo of whatever team. And then you cut a deal with NFL to what? They're going to sell these at merch stands. And it's just a marketing ploy. I promise you guys. It's just Tone probably paid to make this happen, and then AEW will be on the other side of the mask or whatever. And then NFL will be like, yeah, they won't even talk about it. They'll be like, here's that championship belt from WWE. And then with AEW, they'll be like, oh, he's wearing a lucha mask. They won't be like AEW wrestling lucha masks. And if they do, that's awesome. And it's smart to do this right before the Super Bowl. But come on, we know what you did, buddy. It's like he ordered too many of these masks or something and was like, quick, how do we fucking sell these? I bought too many of them. I thought hologram would be a way bigger star. I thought way more people would buy these from White Castle. Holy shit. And so here's Tone like announcing this thing here.
Talk about a partnership that I've always dreamed of and I'm excited to talk about. I've always wanted the NFL and AEW to work together. This is a Jacksonville Jaguars Lucha Libre mask, but I'm so excited about it because, thank you, my friend. Of course. I'm so excited because they will be putting this up and these will be available for all 32 NFL teams. So starting the first night of the NFL draft, thank you, Thursday, April 23rd, we will have these masks available on shopaew.com for all 32.
Oh, so it's not even the NFL. Oh my God. It's like a worse thing than I thought. So it's just, we have AEW fucking New England Patriots masks you can get on AEW. So you have to be a football fan and a wrestling fan. And then you got to go on AEW shop and order the mask from there. And it's just a licensing deal or whatever. So what did Tone do? He struck up some deal where he licensed the logos from each team, cost him a shitload of money, and then he's going to gouge for the cost of these masks like he did the other ones on AEW shop, but it'll have all 32 teams, not just the Jaguars. And he's hoping that NFL fans will be looking for lucha masks and obscure merch and stuff like that. And then they stumble across it. It'll be tough because that's more, I thought it was like the NFL's getting in the AEW biz and shit. That's more like, oh, we're trying to convert some of our AEW fans into like NFL. Like if you also like football, then you'll see that and go, oh, I really want that fucking mask. Like you're hoping that they're NFL fans and AEW fans, which I just don't know what that crossover is. So that's even more brutal than I thought. I thought it was like NFL was going to be like, we have the new lucha masks for each team. You can get AEW, but instead it's shop AEW you have to go to. How many NFL fans are even going to come across that shit?
2 NFL teams. Now, finally, I've always wanted this. It's a dream I've been working on for years, a partnership between the NFL and AEW.
Like NFL ain't selling this shit. NFL's selling those titles and shit. And WWE has got their own stuff going on with the teams and the merch. And obviously Fanatics is holding it down. But like, this is brutal, man.
So whoever your NFL team is, whatever football team you're a fan of, you'll be able to get an All Elite Wrestling NFL mask for your team. If you're a Jaguars fan, maybe it'll be on me, but otherwise you might have to go.
So Tone, if you're a Jaguars fan, I'll just buy them all for you guys and give them away. You know, I'm giving them all away anyways, but like, you know.
ShopAEW.com and buy it. Talk about a partnership that I've always.
Yeah, and the fact that it's through Shop AEW, it's for sure what I was confirming my allegations.
Allegedly.
Earlier. Like he just has a bunch of these. He goes, oh, I know. I'll order like 1 million of these from China on the cheap. And we'll just fucking, he's got a lucha mask plug. And so he just does each different color, cheaply posts the logo, and then NFL's not selling them, so he had to license it. So he had to pay them all, AEW had to pay them all to fucking license their shit and then sell it. And then maybe a percentage off of it on the back end as well. Fucking kooky. Speaking of kooky, we have 2 videos here of the best guy that I want to EFAP with you. We'll do them in order. One is with the Blaze TV. Tony Khan taking, is this the Blaze? Yeah, Blaze Sports. Tony Khan, a Russian asset. I'm just joking. Oh my God. These are jokes. So we have 2 videos, well, 3 realistically. One of them is we're going to kind of put Tone over a little bit. Again, I told you guys, a compliment sandwich, we call it. So this was last week's video, Tone's live video. It's got 20K views. You guys wanted me to do a watch along of this, which we are going to do right now. We're going to EFAP it. So Tony Khan is in some, where is this? Like a hotel lobby. Like, I don't know what's going on with these walls. He's at like an Illuminati meeting somewhere or something, and he's single cupping it. Now, when Tone's single cupping it, it's because he just poured up. Okay, so you just got to give it a bit of time. He'll have 2 cups. He was rocking 2, 3, 4 cups, I heard, later in the night. And this is a little segment called The Best Guys, Tony Khan, or an extension of that. I guess we already hit the drop.
The
but
best
we'll hit
guys,
it again.
Tony Khan.
Tone, he's in a hotel. He booked a Dynamite. It's Cringe. Let's get into it.
Hey.
Are you ready?
It's great to see you. It's been a great week for AEW, and we're just a few hours away from going live on Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on TBS and HBO Max. And since we're just a few hours away from going live, I thought I would go live here with so many of you great wrestling fans right here, right now, ahead of the show. It's been a great week for AEW. We've seen tremendous viewership, and we've had,
oh my God, tremendous viewership. It was not tremendous, man. Okay, year over year, up 8%. I don't mean to be this guy, but you look like a few years before that. And this isn't like a shitty excuse. It's like, listen, 600K, Rampage and Collision, that's their old ratings. One of those shows doesn't exist. The other one is like the redheaded stepchild. Again, we've said it a million times here at PWT. What the fuck, Tone? What the fuck? Now, the way they're putting it over is shit. That's what I don't like. Put it over, and he is the promoter, and be like, oh, we saw an increase in viewership. That was really nice. We want to keep that momentum going. It's just like, oh, we've seen a major boost, Brian. Oh, a surge. Some of the dirt sheets are like, oh, it's a surge in viewership. The fuck you talking about?
had amazing shows last Wednesday on Dynamite and this past Saturday on Collision. We had a crazy ending to Collision, and since then, there's been a lot of chaos here in the
He's got more energy. I like the energy he's putting up.
backstage, arguments, fights, and we're setting up for some huge matches tonight on Dynamite. There's a big card you already know about, huge matches. At the end of Collision, we saw a huge main event match with, of course, the Babes of Wrath retaining the AEW Women's World Tag Team Championship against the Sisters of Sin, and an altercation after that involving the whole Triangle of Madness and...
Oh, you're saying so many teams. He always does this. It's so many teams, so many teams. Jesus Christ. All these teams, man. How do you fucking have graphics pop up? Just say, yo, the Sisters of Sin, and just say one of their team names. You don't got to say, oh, the Triangle of Madness and the Sisters of Sin. So that's 2/3 of the Triangle of Madness or whatever, or the Toxic Triangle or whatever the fuck. The Devil's Triangle, pal. Just say the fucking Sisters of Sin and say they got in a brawl after the match, and because of it, this is booked. You don't explain they were booked last week, and then they had a match, and then they're booked this week.
Megan Bain and Penelope, as well as the AEW Women's World Champion Chris Statlander, all the champions of the women's division in the ring together. So I've got an announcement about that But in addition to all the chaos and
Oh,
arguing
buddy, make the fucking announcement
that we've had here in the women's locker room, it's been a chaotic situation trying to contain the Death Riders and the Don Callis family. And earlier today, trying to maintain order here in the office has been a challenge. I had the Death Riders.
So you're listening to this, right? And then you're like, well, what's the announcement you just talked about? Is it going to be on TV, or are you just going to wait till 8 minutes later when you're done rambling about listing all the different Death Riders?
Barge in and demand a match with Takeshita and the Don Callis family. Mox is very eager, coming off of his very strong words on Collision, to go out and test himself against the very best. And he wants Takeshita, and Takeshita wants Mox. They've put together great trios. We're going to have a massive Death Riders versus Don Callis family trios match on Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. In addition to all the huge matches we've got, this big lineup we have, including high stakes matches like Andrade El Idolo versus Kenny Omega, and the national title match, Ricochet versus Jungle Jack Perry. And of course, to have Hangman Adam Page versus Mark Davis, who's coming off an unfortunate injury to his partner, Jake Doyle. But Mark Davis has a great chance tonight against Hangman Page. And of
He's just listing names, guys. I don't know. He's just running through the roster page.
Of course, the Eliminator match, MJF versus Brody King. So much happening, but I'm really excited about that opportunity.
And these fucking Eliminator matches.
Put the Death
Rider. It's like, dude, you beat the champ. Everyone beats the champ, or then the champ defends without really defending. And it just makes everybody stuck. Like nobody elevates doing that.
Fighters and the Don Callis family out here in a match. I thought what an awesome trios match this would be, to have Jon Moxley, Daniel Garcia, and Pac representing the Death Riders, and to have Takeshita, Josh Alexander, and El Clone representing the Don Callis family. It's going to be a fantastic trios match tonight on Dynamite. And I mentioned the explosive situation in the women's locker room. Well, after retaining the Women's World Tag Team titles,
I'm exploding over the women's locker room. Go.
The Babes of Wrath were looking for a fight after they were jumped during what could have been a great post-match celebration to end a fantastic Collision this past Saturday. So now we have the Babes of Wrath looking for a fight. They just defended.
Oh, you were just talking about the Babes of Wrath. Why the fuck would you circle around to talk about the Death Riders and them, and then come back to the fucking Babes of Wrath? You're not doing a podcast. Like, you're not doing a fucking radio show. You're not making some grandiose point. You should have plugged all the Babes of Wrath shit in one thing, and that should have just been one video quickly. Upload. Put the subtitles on it. Tone, get cap cut or whatever, that intern girl you have behind the camera right now. Tell her to download CapCut or whatever the fuck it's called, and just add some subtitles quick. Export that shit. Just say, here's whatever, the Babes of Wrath. Here's a reel really quick. Upload it everywhere.
Their titles successfully. Tonight, they want to fight. I want to contain all this chaos. And I know that Megan Bayne and Penelope have been on a roll since their return. And they certainly are in line for a potential shot at the title. A great way to sort this out is to have an eliminator match for the Women's World Tag Team Championship tonight. So tonight on Dynamite, with all the great action, this huge lineup, you're also going to see, after the explosive ending to Collision with the Babes of Wrath retaining
God, you already said that.
AEW Women's World Tag Team title against the Sisters of Sin. Tonight, they're going to have an eliminator match.
I'm squishing your head. Did you guys see the fingy come up?
The AEW Women's World Tag Team title against the Sisters of Sin. Tonight, they're going to have an
see the fingy come up. I'm squishing your head.
Eliminator match against Megan Bayne and Penelope. Mega Bad. They've been on a roll.
Mega Bad. Oh my God.
And if Mega Bad get the win tonight, I'll give them a shot at the Women's World Tag Team Championship at an upcoming event and a big future show. And speaking of future shows and opportunities.
Oh my God. Yeah, if they win that, then they'll get another match on like a big event and what the fuck?
To keep the Triangle of Madness and Chris Statlander out of this match, we've had an agreement. Tekla really wants a rematch with Chris Statlander. She said on Collision it's not over at the end of the show. Well, to keep them out of this match, Chris Statlander has agreed that she will give Tekla a rematch for the world title next week. And Chris just wants to pick the stipulation for them.
Why the fuck wouldn't this all be on TV? Chris Statlander walks in the office. Look, Tone, I know like all this chaos happened. Tekla's a fierce competitor though. She deserves a shot. I'm going to take her on next week. I'll put the title on the line again. I just want one thing, Tone, because I'm a defending champion. I want to pick the stipulation. Oh, I don't know if I can do that. Tekla has to agree to it first. She won't turn down a title opportunity. Make the match. Like, that should be part of the show. Why are you rambling it in a fucking office? You just faxed it over to Meltzer. Meltzer's got fax machines all over his room. It just spits papers out onto the floor. I'll get around to it, Brian. Like, you just sent it to Dave Meltzer. Why didn't you come up with that? Like, why wouldn't this be on your TV show? And why wouldn't you explain all of this? Or even on Collision, you have Statlander after the match go into the backstage and Tone, I want to give her a rematch next week. Like in a fit of anger, maybe she regrets it a bit. Fuck, I shouldn't have just went and demanded the rematch. Tekla's tough, but I get to pick the stipulation or whatever. Like, this could be part of your story. Like, think about it. Rhodes and McIntyre, the whole thing was like, he gets to pick the stipulation this time after being quote unquote screwed out of every opportunity. And then Rhodes crossed the line to where he's fucking putting his hands on Drew. So Drew worked it in a way where he got his demands met and things like this. And I know Statlander, it's just she's trying to be a fighting champion. You can do all that, but that should be a part of your fucking story. Like, you're just telling us this in a fit of fucking caffeine buzz. The fucking espressos are hitting. Tone's cup is just filled with 5-hour energies. It's just a bunch of 5-hour energies. Instead of just one, it's just a cup filled with them. He has like 15. Oh my God.
Match. And she's agreed she'll stay out of this Babes of Wrath versus Mega Bad match tonight. Tekla's agreed she'll keep the Triangle of Madness out of the match. We'll have a fair tag team eliminator match tonight with Megan Bayne and Penelope versus Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale. But also, we'll have next week a world title match with Chris Statlander.
Stick to this week and then tell people about next week.
And Tekla.
Holy.
And Chris will pick the stipulation. We'll find that out tonight. So it's a loaded lineup. The show starts very soon, hours from now, and there's so much to look forward to. It's at 8.
Oh no, who could it be? Oh my God. We know what it is. But look how Tone is at like cutting the promo on the camera, and it's like, you're a billionaire. Why isn't everybody at the building filming stuff? Why isn't the call time earlier? Like Regal said, at 6 p.m. I'd be in the ring awaiting people to do war games with me. But he's like, I'd be in the fucking ring at 6 o'clock. Nobody would show up to train, and I'm holding the fort down. I'm holding court. I'm giving lessons. It's like, why aren't you guys backstage filming this on professional equipment? What the fuck, man? Invest in the television side of this shit. This shit isn't even framed correctly, and it's on social media, and you already went for 5 minutes, and you're going to go another 5 minutes doing this skit? Why aren't you filming it like professionally and then uploading it to YouTube?
Hello.
Anybody?
Oh, wow.
Hey. Hello.
Or like socials or whatever.
Tony Storm and Orange Cassidy here. And it's live here. It's great to
They can't even get all in frame because you're doing a vertical fucking film here, and Tone for some reason wants the couch. You're on a vertical aspect ratio, and you just want to show off how the couch pillow cushions, the throw pillows match the fucking walls in this place, and neither of them are even on camera, and you can't get them in frame, and you didn't even do a practice run so everybody knew their marks and where to be. Like, do I have to direct this for you guys? Why is it shot below the knees? What the fuck is going on?
To see you both.
Yeah.
And we have a big lineup. It's great to have you both here.
Yeah, no, I know.
For Wednesday Night Dynamite. It's a tight squeeze here in Las Vegas in my office. Well, it's great to have you both, and I'm looking forward. I was talking earlier about big upcoming events. We're going to be going to Australia for Grand Slam Australia just 10 days from now.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day, February 14th.
Yeah, about that.
And-
So, you know how usually Brody, the big guy who barks a lot, he does like a standby match where he's always waiting by your office.
Yeah, not tonight. He's in a huge world
against the
title.
guy with the belt. And
Why don't you look at him when he's talking to you, man? This is like for kids. This is literally Blue's Clues, where like, what's the guy's name in Blue's Clues? Steve? I think it's Steve, right? Whatever. He's like looking at the camera, and Blue is like off running around like, like looking at clues and the fucking salt and pepper shaker, talking to each other. And then the guy's looking at the camera, like talking to the people. Huh? What is Blue barking at? That's what Tone does. It's like, buddy, they just walked into your fucking office. Like, just talk like humans. I don't know. You wouldn't. We know it's on a phone, so why would they square off and like, we're going to face the phone? And no one would do that. This just seems like it's for kids. You're insulting people's intelligence with this shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
MJF, yes.
So since no one's there, I think Tony and we're here.
So you've come in to ask it to be the standby match tonight.
We're standing.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And so no one even says that. Orange Cassidy doesn't even know what he's saying. He's just phoning it in. Oh, yeah, the standby thing. Oh, so you came in to ask if you can be a stand-in match tonight. No, what the fuck are you babbling about? And why is it like so you're looking at, like you're reading off a teleprompter. Look at her.
We have a stacked lineup, but if some of these matches don't go the top.
We have a stacked lineup, Tony Storm, but, that's not how you talk to people, bro. So it's corny, it's cheesy, it's phony. And then to get them all in frame, she moved away from the trippy wall. Now you have a section of the ceiling and this other wall as well. And it just fucks up the perception of this whole fucking shot. It's a travesty.
Time limit. I think there could be an opportunity to see another Orange Cassidy, Tony Storm tag team match. It's
Cool.
really
So we'll just wait right here. We'll wait.
Yes,
until
we
you're
must
ready.
fight.
Just let us know when you're.
you don't have to literally stand by me right now.
Yeah, we don't
It's a
mind.
standby
So,
match.
you
That
mind?
doesn't mean you
We don't
literally
mind, right?
stand by me all
Yeah,
night.
yeah.
Well, this is great. Well, we're gonna have a huge lineup on Dynamite. Of course, we've got massive matches. We have MJF versus Brody King in an eliminator match with a chance for Brody King to go on to Grand Slam Australia potentially to get a world title shot. Speaking of Grand Slam Australia, these two have a big match there. You may see more of them tonight. We have Kenny Omega versus Andrade El Idolo, Hangman Page versus Mark Davis. The Women's World Tag Team Title Eliminator match I just announced. It's going to be Mega Bad versus, of course, the Babes of Wrath, with a chance for Mega Bad to earn a World Tag Team
So then he's reiterating everything he said in the video already.
Championship match. They're on a roll, and of course, we just saw the Babes of Wrath pick up the win. That's your good friend in the conglomeration, Orange.
Yep.
Willow Nightingale. And speaking of these huge matches in this huge card, the national title match, I'm really looking forward to Ricochet versus Jungle Jack Perry. I wasn't expecting for these two to stand by me all night, but it looks like they might be standing by. Speaking of the Death Riders, they're
Oh my God, buddy, you already talked about the Death Rider. Speaking of them again.
opponents at Grand Slam Australia. We've got a huge match tonight involving the Death Riders. Just announced. It'll be a trios match with John Moxley. And of course,
And think about, they make fun of this shit in WWE when you're standing looking to the side. Look how Tony's in like a fucking half a karate stance.
Daniel Garcia and
He's got to be tilted to the side to get everyone in frame. Like, God damn it.
Pac versus the trio of Konosuke Takeshita, Josh
It
Alexander.
just shows you, like, it's the little things, man. It's the details that matter, that result in quality. A lot of small things accumulate into big things that mean a lot more. And it's like, you guys couldn't have even practiced this once. what do you do for TV?
And El Clone.
You don't even care about promoting the shit. Like, this is the worst shit ever.
Plus, these two are going to be standing by.
How long we have to wait?
Well, it's going to be a couple hours. The show goes live at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central.
I'm sorry, I didn't think it was going to be that.
Well, we're going to hang out. It's going to be a great time, and you might see these two tonight. They're standing by. Wednesday Night Dynamite on TBS and HBO Max. See you very soon tonight.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, really
Thanks. That was great.
Yeah,
We're still live. Yeah, it's still live. Yeah. Yeah, we still are. Good job, guys. Thanks.
And then the bit at the end is they fake compliment him. So the end of the thing is they compliment him on these videos, even though these are the worst videos ever.
Yeah.
Wowza. Wowza bowza. I don't know about all that. So we have another vid with Tone. Now here's the problem, okay? And I don't know if anybody else has really gone over this clip. I mean, the guy who dropped it has 9 fucking likes on the video, and this is from Blaze Sports. Russian asset, Blaze. No, I'm joking, but didn't they like all weren't a bunch of people from Blaze like they were taking money from Russians or something? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even. This is all allegedly. Maybe I was making that up. I don't fucking know. Or they were accused of it or whatever. So this guy interviews Tone or just talks to him one-on-one with Tony Khan, CEO of AEW, Chief Football Strategy Officer of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Director of Football Operations of Fulham FC. Khan discusses AEW's upcoming merchandise partnership with the NFL and talks all things AEW. Now, here's the problem, right? So that last shit that we watched, is Tone cutting like a backstage I'm Mean Gene type thing, right? Like he's doing hey, it's behind the scenes, I'm interrupted by some wrestlers, I'm making matches, I'm letting you all know on the fly what's going on, blah 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 blah. That's sort of the idea of that, I guess. The idea, Brian, that's like a kayfabe. Like I get that those videos are kayfabe, quote unquote, but like it's cringe as fuck. It doesn't make it any less cringe. But this is him with a real person like doing, and I don't know if this guy was like, Tone, let's do a bit where it's like those backstage lives you do and let's troll people with it and maybe we'll get on PWT or something. I don't fucking know. Maybe that was
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Everybody wants the PWT rub. Blaze Sports. How many followers do they got? 2,000. So I got more followers than Blaze Sports, right? So maybe they do want the PWT rub. But this is how Tone really is. Like if this is a shoot, if this isn't a bit, and this kid isn't like, nah, I'm just leaning into the thing he does. And this is how this interview or this hangout just turned out. This is actually fucking insane, guys. Okay. So again, I know we just went through Tone. There's 4 or 5 more minutes of it. However, I promise
he had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
This is like a whole new thing we're entering into here at PWT. This is like Tone for real doing a for real. This isn't backstage. Oh, we're promoting Dynamite live on my Instagram quick. This is like for Blaze. This is what they came up with. And it's Tone standing here, not even having a conversation with this guy and just talking to the camera like everyone's little kids again. But this is like real. This is a real interview. So let's check this out here. I'll leave it small because we want Tone in there.
Here alongside Tony Khan, CEO, Head of Creative and General Manager of AEW, Chief Football Strategy Officer with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Head of Football Operations with Fulham FC. Tony, I know you're a busy man. How's San Francisco been treating you so far?
How's shit going? I mean, San Francisco going?
Wonderful. Thanks for asking. It's been a fantastic Radio Row. It's been a great Super Bowl weekend, and I'm excited to be here. I've had a lot of people asking about AEW, All Elite Wrestling, talking some Jacksonville Jaguars, some Fulham Football Club, and so many great people covering.
Why can't he look at the guy? What the fuck is going on?
Sports media. The Super Bowl weekend is truly the biggest weekend in all of media, in my opinion.
I got to ask, because I saw this morning. I believe this interview was done yesterday, but lucha libre mask for all 32 NFL teams. You had a Jaguars one on hand. I mean, how cool is that for you?
I was so excited about this. I've been trying to
You
get
had a Jaguars one on hand. He printed a bunch. Dad, I don't know what I'm going to do with these masks, man. They printed a bunch in the wrong color. Fuck. Can the, I don't know. Can the Chiefs and the Commanders share the same red? Is Dallas Cowboy blue the same as the Colts blue? Can we just double down on these?
Get this in the works for years. It's finally happening. The first night of the NFL draft, Thursday, April 23rd, will go on sale on shopaew.com. The first ever partnership between the NFL and AEW, All Elite Wrestling. The Jags have worked with AEW before, but I've never had the NFL collaborate with AEW on such a massive project. All 32 teams will have wrestling masks, lucha libre masks that you can buy. You can get a mask for any NFL team.
Okay, whoever this kid is at the Blaze, listen. I mean, maybe you're like new or something. I'm not even hating on you. If the bit was we're gonna fucking do this play on his like live whatevers and you're kind of making fun of him tongue-in-cheek, okay, that's hilarious. And if you revealed that to me privately and didn't want that public, I would absolutely take it to the grave if that's reality, because I'm not trying to blow up your spot. But otherwise, like, buddy, this doesn't work for his company. Was Tone just like, don't worry, kid, I'll take it from here, I do this all the time?
All 32 teams available April 23rd, Thursday, the first night of the draft on shopaew.com. Really excited to bring the worlds of NFL football and AEW wrestling together.
That's awesome, man. I'm a Denver Broncos fan.
You guys are noticing the singular cups. Is that because triple cup is a thing?
Oh, that my eyes lit up. I was so happy. That's, two great worlds colliding. But I just want to talk a little bit.
I'm not hating on double cupping, by the way. It's how I thought of the song, by the way, Riff Raff with the two cups. I mean, it's fun. It's just funny.
About AEW itself, and from the inception of AEW, it seems like the vision was to create a different style and different philosophy, and also more competition as well between your performers, between guys who are homegrown, but also veterans in the business. How have you seen the philosophy that you envision kind of come to fruition, and how is that still evolving?
I love pro wrestling. It's so fun working in wrestling every week. We have AEW every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on TBS, and every Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so again, right there, that's good. I'm going to give Tone points, but he's breaking the fourth wall the whole time. If the guy asked him about, what do you got going on with AEW? And then Tone, that's when you look at the camera and you go, here's my plugs, like we're doing Dynamite Wednesday, fucking Saturday, sometimes Thursday, sometimes we just don't do it for Collision or whatever. That's when you like you're plugging something to the crowd. You're not like plugging it to him, right? Because it's more personable. And then, but he just seems like Mark Zuckerberg. He just seems like a fucking alien when he
7 p.m. Central on TNT. Now we've begun streaming the shows on HBO Max as well. And we have a great wrestling product. We do great shows. And that's the most important thing. We built a great fan base because of the great wrestlers and the great
He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Everything's great. This is great. Okay, that's great too. That's another great thing. Yeah, I guess it's all great.
Spirit of AEW, from the very beginning, we've had a very great fan base that supported us, and it's helped us make AEW Wednesday Night Dynamite now the longest running pro wrestling show ever in prime time on TBS and TNT, which is really cool because TBS and TNT have a very rich tradition of pro wrestling. We've been able to build something special during these past almost 7 years of AEW.
Yeah, they have a rich history. That's why I came and wanted to bury it. I just used my money to insert myself above it because I'm mad at Eric Bischoff.
Going back to when we launched in 2019, and it's really awesome to have all elite wrestling fans all over the world. Our shows are on now with AEW in over 150 countries, and we're still growing. It's really neat.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of the international appeal. Grand Slam Australia.
He started to look at him and then he sips single cup, got that single cup.
8 days from this recording.
And look at his face. What are you drinking? This guy's taking shots. Look at this shit.
Now with AEW in over 150 countries, and we're still growing. It's really neat.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of the international
Look
appeal.
at the face he makes because it's bitter, bro. He's got like 7 espresso shots.
Grand Slam Australia. 8 days from this recording. And you guys have been trying to go international since the inception, and also along with that cross promotion, not just nationally with different promotions in the US, but also internationally with promotions like New Japan and so on and so forth. So how important is that cross promotion? How have you seen the benefits of that?
Well, it's really a fantastic question, and also it's massive for us. We have great partnerships in Mexico with CMLL, the oldest wrestling company in the world, working together with us at AEW. We've worked, as you said, with New Japan Pro Wrestling, and opening up new territories is so important for us. We went to London, and we're going back there this year at Wembley Stadium. We set the world record for the most tickets ever sold for any pro wrestling show with AEW All In at Wembley Stadium. We sold over 81,000 tickets.
It's like fucking how many years ago? 6 years ago? When the fuck did they do that? 5 years ago now? Jesus.
And we're going back.
I'm not saying it's not impressive or whatever, but come on, man.
This year, we've had a great launch last year with Grand Slam Australia, and we'll be back with Grand Slam Australia. You can watch it on TNT next Saturday night, Valentine's Day. Like I said, every Saturday night on TNT, every Wednesday night on TBS, we built a great audience. And now we've brought in a domestic streaming audience with HBO Max, and we have people streaming the shows and watching on TV all over the world. It's very important.
Well, thank you, Tony, for your time. As we mentioned, the cross promotion and going international, less traditional than you would have seen 20 some odd years ago, but that's what creates the audience, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate you being a part of the audience.
Oh, absolutely.
Thanks
Look at the man. Will you shake his fucking hand?
interviewing me. I appreciate it.
Oh my God, he's so
Here alongside Tony.
Well, you know, it wasn't a hug, so I wasn't ready for it. What the fuck, man? So I told you guys it would be here, let me check with chat here. Guys, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. I'm not a shark, I'm a man. Says, Jesus, did Brian James write this corny har poo? I don't know, man. All I know is it's just a bunch of gobbledygook. Oh my goodness. So ST Dad, I'll just call you ST. He's been a member for 11 fucking months. Yeah, member show is going to be fun. Thank you so much for the memberships, the super chats, guys. Make sure you join Patreon. Shout out the new patrons. And yeah, I got another bonus DMW, and I'm reading AEW DC Origins comic book over on Patreon as well. And I'm going to get my buddy, who is a comic book creator himself, I think, to join me for that. A buddy of mine. And that's going to be fun. Okay. And so make sure you guys check that out. But I told you guys, it's going to be a compliment sandwich here for Tony Khan. How do I get my name back to what it was? Yeah, dude, I don't know. YouTube just fucks around, buddy. So I'm sorry. But guys, I told you it was going to be a compliment sandwich.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So let's take a look at the Super Yacht Kismet. This is Shad Khan and his $360 million 400-foot yacht Kismet, parked in New Orleans. It has 3 pools, 4 fireplaces, a spa, a sauna, a cryo chamber, a gym, a yoga studio, basketball and pickleball courts, and a helipad. So Tone's so fucking rich. This shit sleeps 12 and a crew of 37. Meanwhile, motherfuckers are struggling to pay their goddamn rent. And Tone's out here landing helicopters on his super yacht. Now, I mean, I'm not going to knock his dad's hustle and shit. Okay? But this is fucking crazy. So this is the Super Yacht Kismet. I think we've looked at photos before. Here's like a little tour of it, I guess. They're just the outside.
Work of art. It is Shad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars boat Kismet. It's a 400-foot yacht. 12 guests to stay.
I feel like Robin Leach.
Staff, including the captain. There is a pickleball court inside here. There is a basketball court. There is an underwater viewing lounge. There are 4 bars. This is an unbelievable boat, and it is here in New Orleans, getting ready for the Super Bowl.
Getting ready for the Super Bowl? They're going to have a fucking Super Bowl party, of course.
Look at this. This was reportedly bought by former Google CEO Eric Schmidt.
Google CEO.
Shad owns this now.
Buddy, that's Cook. How rich are they? And they're already having a party. Tone's in there just fucking mollied out of his noodle, just fucking raving. Is it tomorrow yet? Tone, you've been in there for 3 days. Boats and hoes, boats and hoes. Gotta have me my boats and hoes. Roderick Strong, Moxley, Cesaro, and Marina. I do you on my boat while I'm sipping sangria. Bumba Clock Clan, yeah, they love the sangria. Oh, man. So you know he's triple cupping in there, dude. Whoo! And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Best Guys, Tony Khan, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was PWT
The Best Guys, Tony Khan.
Show. Round of applause for the PWT universe being here this evening. Make sure you guys check out Paige. Again, bonus episodes of DMDMW. I'm reading the AEW Origins comic book with DC. I'm going to have my friend who's a comic book creator come on, I believe, for that. I'm hoping. I just got to set it up. And I appreciate you all for being here. Let me see here. Plenty in Pixel. What's up, buddy? For 5 says, Phil, we've decided Oba is going to wear an NFL lucha mask and flatten TK for us. I would love that. Now, 2K26 is coming out because we're not going to be able to see that in real life, but I will rule you. In 2K, anything's possible, as they say. Dude, thank you so much for the super chat.
Acknowledge me.
Chad, I hope you had fun. We made fun of Tone. We had a good time. I had a blast here tonight. We went a little late, 4 hours. Thanks, you guys, for an amazing time. I've been your host, Phil Marks, and don't forget. Oh yeah, guys. So Valentine's Day is Saturday, I think. I'm taking my wife out, so I won't be going live. I'll go live Friday or Sunday, and then the weekend, 2 weeks after that as well. I'll remind you guys. I'm like Tony Khan. It's like Time Cop. Right now you have a match, but in like a week you have a match too. Time Cop. Don't forget. Right now. Yeah. So Valentine's Day, I got a hot date. I will be streaming Friday or Sunday instead, and then like in 2 weeks after that, I'm busy doing some shit, but I'll remind you guys. So I'm going to switch up a couple streams on Saturdays coming up. I don't know what day I do them, but I appreciate you all. Round of applause for you all again, one more time. Be good to yourselves and each other. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend off the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no